Chapter 334. Brat, you have indeed surprised this old man. However, do you really think that a mere 9-star half-martial emperor puppet will be able to contend against this old man? Mu Han's sinister eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at the Northern King with a sharp gaze. There was some fear in his eyes. However, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a brief moment, Mu Han looked at Xiao Yang. His ice-cold words were still filled with disdain and sneer. Xiao Yang parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. Mu Han knew him very well. Similarly, Xiao Yang also had a rough understanding of Mu Han's moves. The only things that Mu Han could take out to deal with a 9-star bandai were those few formations. Other than that, there was also the factor of his own strength. If these things were 2 years ago, Xiao Yang would naturally be extremely afraid of Mu Han. However, things had changed with the passage of time. It had already been 2 years. Now that he was facing Mu Han again, Xiao Yang was completely fearless. To him, the current Mu Han was merely a 9-star half-martial emperor. At the very most, he was only slightly stronger than ordinary experts of the same cultivation level. However, this was not a reason for Xiao Yang to lower his head. Oh, is that so? Since you are so confident in your own strength, let my puppet give it a try. Let's see if you are as confident as you claim to be. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's heart after his cold laughter sounded. The Northern King's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet burst apart as the Northern King's body transformed into a dark black cannonball that instantly shot toward Mu Han. The Northern King's well-built body was like an iron tower as it mercilessly tore through the empty space. As it charged forward, its broad palm suddenly clenched into a fist. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King had already appeared beside Mu Han. Its huge iron fist crushed through the empty space as it ruthlessly smashed towards Mu Han's face. Sharp-tongued brat. Do you really think that this old man is afraid of you? However, Mu Han did not seem to care at all as he coldly snorted. As his body turned around, his withered palm met the incoming Northern King. Boom! After an intense muffled sound, the North King and Mu Han both retreated 1,000 feet. In this first exchange, Mu Han and the North King were actually evenly matched. When the crowd outside the plaza saw this scene, their expressions involuntarily became even more astonished. They truly did not expect that the strength of a puppet would actually be able to match an actual 9-star half-martial emperor. Such a frightening puppet was truly something that they had never seen before in their entire lives. Up in the air, Luo Jin and Elder Xian stared at the North King. Elder Xian's expression was grave. The North King was so powerful that even he was no match for him. TSK, this puppet of Yang Xiao's is really terrifying. For a puppet to be able to grow to such an extent, could it be that this puppet of his came from? Before Elder Xian could finish muttering, Luo Jin gently waved his hand, indicating for him to stop speaking. Seeing this, Elder Xian hurriedly retracted the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the North King, who was clashing with Mu Han once again. He slowly fanned himself with the jade fan in his hand. After a while, Luo Jin opened his mouth and said, regarding him, I went to look for 5th grandfather. He clearly knows a little but did not say anything. If we want to know more about him, let's wait for him to say it himself. If we ask too much, it will not be good for us. Elder Xian gently nodded his head. He was very respectful towards his 5th grandfather. Since Luo Ao was unwilling to reveal any information about Xiao Yang, there was naturally no need for them to ask any further. I'm just a little curious. Who exactly are you? To be able to make those fellows pay so much attention to you, what huge secret are you hiding? Xiao Yang. Bang. In a short period of time, Mu Han and the North King had already clashed several hundred times. This caused the expressions of the people outside the arena to appear incomparably shocked. However, the battle in the arena was still undecided. In the sky, Mu Han's old face was solemn as he stared at the North King opposite him. The strength of the puppet in front of him had indeed exceeded his expectations. Ordinary methods were unable to break the North King's frightening body. Even if he used some high-class do skills, Mu Han would not be able to take down the North King in a short period of time. I have underestimated you. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, this puppet of yours has become even more difficult to deal with. However, from the looks of it, you are only fit to hide behind this puppet. Mu Han's serious gaze swept across the North King before landing on Xiao Yang behind him as he spoke in a mocking tone. Ha, what a joke. You are a 9-star half-emperor, yet you always say such laughable words. Don't you feel ashamed of your old face? Faced with Mu Han's mocking words, Xiao Yang could not help but sneer. The corner of his mouth lifted into a disdainful sneer. His eyes were filled with mockery. What a sharp-tongued brat. Today, the old me wants to see just what you can do without this puppet. The aura within Mu Han's body suddenly erupted after his words sounded. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, he suddenly cried out. Gold Array Domain. Open. With this order, a circular golden light array immediately spread out from under Mu Han's feet. It swiftly spread in all directions. The domain spread and covered the entire arena. After which, the seals in Mu Han's hands rapidly changed. The entire domain also began to twist. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into over 10 different formations. Mu Han's body flashed after the formation was formed. With a lightning-quick momentum, he transformed into a golden lightning bolt that swiftly shot toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang involuntarily laughed when he saw this. With a thought, the North King instantly charged toward Mu Han in an attempt to block him. The corner of Mu Han's mouth lifted into a cold smile when he saw the North King charging toward him again. Not only did he not turn around to defend himself, he instead increased his charging speed and arrived in front of the North King. At this moment, the North King had coincidentally appeared behind Mu Han. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm strike toward Mu Han's back. Bang! However, the North King's palm strike, which was filled with aura, ultimately landed on a barrier that had suddenly risen. Golden light rose and agglomerated into a cylindrical Do-Chi cage, trapping the North King within it. Even though the North King's attack was extremely frightening, he was unable to break through the defense of the cage within a short period of time. Moreover, the North King's attack was unable to break through the formation in front of him within a short period of time. Instead, it was rebounded by the strength of the formation. For a time, the formation and the puppet were resisting each other, forming an extremely ingenious balance. God-trapping formation? Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He felt a little doubtful about this formation that had suddenly risen. Although this formation appeared to be a god-trapping formation, the energy that was released from it was very different from the god-trapping formation that Xiao Yang had seen back then. Furthermore, this formation was much weaker than the god-trapping formation that trapped Jiyu Li and Jiyu Lingji 2 years ago. At the very least, the true god-trapping formation would not be like the formation at this moment and be easily shaken. However, while Xiao Yang was pondering about the formation, Mu Han did not give him any extra time. The instant the North King was trapped by the formation, Mu Han's charging speed once again soared. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. While Xiao Yang was still recovering, Mu Han did not hold back. He waved his hand and clenched it in the air. Do-Chi quickly agglomerated in his palm and formed a large sword in the blink of an eye. Mu Han's palm slammed on the hilt of the sword and the large sword shot toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang coldly smiled. He similarly beckoned with his hand and the heavenly flame spouted out from his palm, forming a large flaming ruler. The large ruler was swung and the sound of air being torn apart was immediately heard. Xiao Yang was not to be outdone. He turned his right hand and held the large ruler in a reverse grip. He swung his arm and the large ruler flew out horizontally, colliding with the large sword that was heading toward him. Bang! The two collided and were both broken. Following the sweeping of a Do-Chi storm, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. The sight in front of him was temporarily blocked by the fog that was brought about by the storm. He was also unable to see clearly. However, Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed at the next moment. He lowered his gaze and saw that a large formation had unknowingly appeared under his feet. At this moment, Xiao Yang was in the middle of the formation. This, Xiao Yang's mouth was just about to exclaim when Mu Han's dark and cold voice was suddenly emitted at this moment. God Trapping Formation, activate. Chapter 335. God Trapping Formation, activate. As a cold cry that contained a mocking tone was emitted, the domain under Xiao Yang's feet immediately began to form circular ripples that appeared like water waves. As the ripples spread out, they formed a semicircular formation with a diameter of 100 feet with Xiao Yang at the center. Once the formation appeared, Xiao Yang's expression couldn't help but change slightly. That was because the formation that enveloped Xiao Yang was the true God-trapping formation that Xiao Yang had thought of earlier. This formation was a terrifying formation that had trapped a 9-star half-martial emperor. Keikakik. This time, without that puppet, this old man wants to see what kind of tricks you can play. With your strength, it is impossible for you to break this old man's God-trapping formation. A breeze blew past and the dense fog dispersed. Mu Han's figure slowly stepped out from the dense fog and stood a few dozen feet away from Xiao Yang. With a sneer on his face, he looked at Xiao Yang. In response, Xiao Yang faintly smiled. He looked around and observed the God-trapping formation. After a while, he couldn't help but nod his head and praise it in his heart. Under the investigation of Xiao Yang's frightening spiritual strength, this God-trapping formation was indeed extraordinary. Compared to the formation that was formed from 300 formation discs 2 years ago, this God-trapping formation was even more tyrannical. Not only was it formed from a single formation disc, the power that it released was also much stronger. This wasn't a problem of the number of formation discs. The reason was the strength of the formation itself. Of course, Xiao Yang knew very little about formations. Therefore, he would only understand the exact reason after he came into contact with them more in the future. As for now, although the God-trapping formation was known as a defensive formation that even a 9-star half-martial emperor couldn't break, it no longer had any deterrence to the current Xiao Yang. Compared to Xiao Yang in the arena at this moment, everyone outside the arena revealed an extremely shocked expression on their faces. This was especially the case when they saw the God-confining formation. The shocked expression on everyone's faces only increased without reducing. Oh my God! This was the God-trapping array. This was Mu She's trump card. Legend has it that it had once trapped a 9-star half-emperor. If it was not for Mu She being soft-hearted and letting him go, he would probably still be trapped in the God-trapping formation. I never expected that Mu She would actually take it out in order to deal with Yang Xiao today. TSK, what you're saying is something that happened a long time ago. I personally saw Mu She use the God-trapping formation to trap a 9-star half-martial emperor. Exclamations about the God-trapping array constantly rang out from the crowd. There were even people who boasted about the terrifying battle results they saw with their own eyes. Even though the words they said were both true and false, it still attracted the attention of many people. Seeing this, a prideful smile appeared on that person's face. It was as if he was the main character of that great battle. There, it's him, Zhong Li. A year ago, when I was passing through a mountain range, I was fortunate enough to see Mu She. Even though I only took a few glances at him from afar, since he was an expert like that, we couldn't casually come into contact with him. However, I clearly saw that the formation he used was the current God-trapping formation. At that time, Zhong Li was inside the formation. No matter how hard he tried, the God-trapping formation did not budge at all. Even though it was simple, it was not difficult for the crowd to understand how frightening the God-trapping formation was. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor was unable to forcibly break it. In that case, wouldn't it be even more impossible for Xiao Yang to break it? What was even more unimaginable to the crowd was that in order to deal with Xiao Yang, a 5-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han, as a 9-star half-martial emperor, had actually used one of his trump cards, the God-trapping formation. If this news were to spread, regardless of the outcome of this battle, Yang Xiao's name would likely once again resound in this savage ancient city. Of course, the reason why they would think this way was because they did not understand Xiao Yang's true strength. Xiao Yang, who possessed the 2 heaven-defying divine skills, the Sky Annihilation Step and the Void Grand Dao, had absolute confidence in defeating Mu Han in terms of speed. Precisely because of this, if Mu Han was unable to lock onto Xiao Yang within a certain range in time, it was extremely likely that he would never be able to injure Xiao Yang. If this continued, not only would Mu Han's reputation be ruined, it would also cause Xiao Yang's reputation to soar once again. This was not an outcome that Mu Han was willing to see. Thus, if he could use a moment of disrespect in exchange for his reputation and status in the future, Mu Han felt that it was worth it. However, while Mu Han was scheming in his heart, Luo Jin and Elder Xian, who were outside the arena, did not have such thoughts. In Luo Jin's heart, the current Xiao Yang was no longer simply a strong bandai after being embellished with two mysterious colors by Qing Mu and Luo Ao. Moreover, Xiao Yang was also related to the Ghost Temple Gate. This caused Luo Jin to no longer dare to underestimate Xiao Yang's true strength. In Luo Jin's eyes, Xiao Yang was at the very least an ultimate expert of the Do Di class or above. Even though Xiao Yang himself did not possess that kind of strength, Luo Jin believed that Xiao Yang had the ability to unleash such a powerful strength, a strength that was sufficient to cause Luo Ao and Qing Mu's expressions to change. In the arena, Xiao Yang slowly lifted his eyes and looked at Mu Han on the opposite side. His eyes appeared extremely calm and did not stir even the slightest ripple because of the situation in front of him. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on Mu Han's face when he saw this. He did not believe that Xiao Yang, who had lost the Northern King, would be able to rely on his own strength to break through his god-trapping array. Hehe, the last time I let you escape, it was my mistake. However, this time around, the old me will definitely not let you escape. Not only will I kill you to obtain the Emperor Tribulation Pill, but I will also take your puppet. Mu Han's dark and cold eyes glanced at the Northern King, who was about to break through the formation. His scarlet tongue violently licked his thin blade-like lips as he spoke with a sinister smile. Even Mu Han could not help but be tempted by a puppet of the Northern King's level. After all, if he could obtain the Northern King, he would no longer need to fear any expert below the Do Di class. At that time, he would have the ability to protect himself even if he had to face 3 9-star-ban emperors at the same time. Haha, so much nonsense. Isn't it just to kill me so that you can obtain everything on me? Xiao Yang's face was filled with disdain when he heard Mu Han's words. A ruthless expression once again surfaced on Mu Han's old face when he heard this. The corner of his mouth parted and a cold luster appeared on his densely white face as he mocked Xiao Yang. Humph! Stinking brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly even when you are about to die. Today, with this old Ms. God-trapping array, you will not be able to escape even if you possess the Void Dao. Yang Xiao, obediently accept your death. Mu Han's body moved after his words sounded. Following a sharp rushing wind sound, Mu Han instantly charged explosively toward Xiao Yang. Noisy. Xiao Yang's tone was indifferent as he spat out these words. His expression did not change because of Mu Han's rapid approach. His body also stood straight on the spot as he calmly watched Mu Han charge over. Xiao Yang's tone was somewhat lazy as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Little fellow, come out and play. Xiao Yang's words had just sounded when the space in front of Xiao Yang was instantly torn apart by an unknown strength. Soon after, a golden light shot out from within and met the charging Mu Han head-on. It was Xiao Jin. Chapter 336. Crackle. When an enormous golden-colored thunderbolt flashed out of the god-trapping formation, the entire empty space collapsed at this moment. The originally clear sky outside the formation had actually become somewhat dark at this moment. The instant that frightening thunderbolt that contained an extremely destructive aura shot out, the expression of Mu Han, who was charging over, involuntarily changed drastically. He hurriedly maneuvered the Do Chi within his body and swiftly agglomerated a Do Chi light barrier around his body in an attempt to block this frightening attack that had suddenly arrived. Ah, can you block it? The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw that Mu Han did not dare to face the attack head-on and had instead used all his Do Chi to block it. After Xiao Yang's words sounded, the frightening golden thunderbolt had already violently struck the Do Chi light barrier that Mu Han had hurriedly agglomerated in front of a countless number of gazes. Bang! Everyone present was shocked when the two collided. The Do Chi light barrier that Mu Han had agglomerated was actually destroyed by the golden-colored frightening thunderbolt in an overbearing manner that seemed to be able to easily destroy everything in its path. The moment the light barrier was broken, the remaining strength of the thunderbolt was also merciless. In the next moment, it landed on Mu-Han's body in front of his shocked expression. Following a muffled sound, Mu-Han's body flew back uncontrollably. At the same time, his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. One could not help but feel a slight pain in one's chest. This attack had caused Mu-Han to be seriously injured. Grug, after Mu-Han stabilized his body with great difficulty, his mouth once again involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. Who could have imagined that something would suddenly appear at such a crucial moment when he was so close to taking down Xiao Yang, catching him off guard? Moreover, the thing that shocked Mu-Han the most at this moment was that the owner of the thunderbolt possessed a strength that was not the least bit weaker than him. This fellow who had just appeared was clearly another 9-star half-emperor. Cough cough. The expression on Mu-Han's old face involuntarily changed drastically when he thought of this. His entire face was filled with an extremely grave expression. He had never imagined that there would actually be 2 9-star half-emperors by Xiao Yang's side. Cough cough. Mu-Han once again involuntarily coughed violently a couple of times. Only then did he raise his frightened eyes and look at the opposite side. The moment his eyes saw Xiao Jin, he was involuntarily intimidated by its enormous body. The appearance of the golden dragon caused one to feel a kind of nobility. The frightening thunderbolts that lingered over its body also gave it an additional overbearing aura. Even at this moment, Mu-Han was still able to see the thunderbolts lingering around its body. Lightning. Black thunderbolts from the depths of the empty lightning pool. However, these terrifying thunderbolts that were usually uncontrollable were now obediently submitting to Xiao Jin as if they had seen their king. This is, the thunderbolts from the empty lightning pool. Mu-Han's expression was slightly startled when he saw the thunderbolts. Then, he abruptly raised his head and looked at Xiao Jin's pair of large eyes. There were a few thunderbolts within Xiao Jin's bright golden eyes. They were like small snakes that continuously lingered in the depths of Xiao Jin's eyes. As expected, Mu-Han seemed to have understood something in his heart. His pair of gloomy old eyes revealed a shocked expression. No wonder you were able to come out alive after being in the empty lightning pool for 2 years. It was all because of this. Mu-Han narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Yang. His tone was filled with seriousness. At the same time, the do-qi within his body rapidly flowed to every part of his body, rapidly dispelling the numbness that was spreading from all over his body. The unique characteristic of the thunderbolt energy was to numb the body. This was something that even a 9-star half-emperor like Mu-Han was unable to avoid. Oh! 9 mysterious golden lightning? Is it the fellow that attacked me the last time? Luo Jin, who was in the sky outside of the plaza, raised his eyebrows slightly. Something had attacked him twice in Xiao Yang's body. The first time was a heavenly flame. Luo Jin already knew about this. As for the second strange thing, it was only at this moment that he began to understand. Why does this fellow have so many strange things on his body? 9 mysterious golden lightning, and a half-emperor at that. Logically speaking, he should have his own consciousness. Why is it following him? Or could it be that this fellow is following him of his own accord? Luo Jin looked at Xiao Jin from afar. His pitch-black eyes revealed some doubt. After a long while, Luo Jin withdrew his gaze. He helplessly shook his head and no longer paid any attention to Xiao Jin. Let's not talk about how I managed to survive. The important thing is, how are you going to face 2 9-star half-emperors? Ignoring Mu-Han's words, Xiao Yang said with a cold smile in an indifferent tone. As Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, the Northern King, who was outside of the god-trapping formation, suddenly shook his body. He forcibly shattered the formation that trapped him. With a flash, he appeared in front of the god-trapping formation. Once Xiao Yang gave the order, the Northern King would attack the god-trapping formation with a frightening destructive power. Bastard! Mu-Han glanced at the Northern King from the corner of his eyes. Then, he looked at Xiao Yang and Xiao Jin, who were in front of him. Especially Xiao Jin. Even if Mu-Han was in his peak state, he would have no choice but to face Xiao Jin with his full strength. Furthermore, there was also Xiao Yang, whose strength could not be underestimated, besides Xiao Jin. Mu Han's expression was extremely gloomy. As he looked around, his gaze immediately landed on Zhongli, who was below him. He immediately sneered. A frightening malevolent smile appeared on his old face. His body moved and he instantly charged towards Zhongli Kaka. Stinking brat, I want to see what you can do to me even if you have 2 9-star half-emperors. Today, either you hand over the Emperor Tribulation Pellet or Zhongli will die. Kaka. Even though there was still quite a distance between them, Mu Han appeared as if victory was already within his grasp. His crazed expression caused others to involuntarily feel fear. Seeing Zhongli, who was almost within reach of him, Mu Han sneered in his heart. Today, even if Xiao Yang had the protection of a 9-star half-emperor, as long as he still had Zhongli as his trump card, Xiao Yang would definitely not dare to attack him. The instant Mu Han made his move, Xiao Yang already knew what Mu Han was planning. He immediately snorted coldly. He, Xiao Yang, had never been threatened by anyone in his life. However, at this moment, Mu Han had actually touched his reverse scale for the sake of the Emperor Tribulation Pellet. This immediately caused the flames of anger to rise in Xiao Yang's heart. From the moment he appeared until now, Xiao Yang had been suppressing the flames of anger in his heart. Even though Zhongli had almost died, he was still alive. As long as he was still alive, Xiao Yang was confident that he would be able to restore him to his peak. However, what Xiao Yang did not expect was that even at this moment, when the Northern King and Xiao Yang had both appeared, Mu Han was still dreaming of obtaining the Emperor Tribulation Pellet. He truly did not know what death was. You're courting death. A cold cry sounded. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind as a vast and frightening spiritual strength immediately poured out from between his brows. Dochi churned. Threads of dark black energy that could not be seen by the naked eye swiftly gathered in front of Xiao Yang in the empty space, forming a wormhole. In the next moment, the expression of Mu Han, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly changed drastically. He had actually forgotten that Xiao Yang's Great Void Way allowed him to pass through empty space at will. Compared to an ordinary flying speed, this was much more direct. However, the empty space in front of him was suddenly torn apart while his expression changed. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yang stepped out and blocked Mu Han's path. Originally I only intended to teach you a lesson. However, since you insist on being so stubborn, I shall take your life today. Xiao Yang's eyes were cold as he looked at Mu Han. A thought passed through his mind and the Great Way muslin cloak swiftly gathered on his body. Xiao Jin by the side also emitted an earth-shaking dragon roar after these words sounded. A pair of large golden eyes stared intently at Mu Han as a frightening aura spread. Chapter 337. Crack. Following a clear cracking sound, the God-trapping array, which was said to be unbreakable by anyone below the DI class, finally shattered with a bang at this moment. The fragments of the array that filled the sky gradually scattered, turning into a golden glow that slowly drifted across the sky. At this moment, the God-trapping array was broken. After the God-trapping array was broken, 2 rays of light, one black and one gold, swiftly flew over. Finally, they stopped beside Xiao Yang, who was currently facing off against Mu Han. The 2 light figures were the Northern King and Xiao Jin. Seeing that the God-trapping array had been broken, Mu Han's face trembled with anger. The expression on his old face alternated between green and white. It was constantly changing. However, compared to this, Mu Han's heart was filled with a deep sense of solemnity. Facing 2 9-star half-emperors at the same time was already an extremely great pressure for Mu Han. Moreover, other than the Northern King and Xiao Jin, there was also Xiao Yang, who was standing by the side and staring at him with hostility. The current Mu Han would no longer treat Xiao Yang as an ordinary 5-star half-emperor. At this moment, just what kind of frightening strength was hidden under this seemingly frail body? Even someone as strong as Mu Han could not help but feel a grave feeling in his heart. Never underestimate your opponent. These words could be considered to have truly been reflected on Xiao Yang's body. In the sky, Xiao Yang's eyes were densely cold as he stared at Mu Han, who was a short distance away. At this moment, there was a beautiful heavenly flame dancing deep within his originally dark black pupils. In my life, I hate people who threaten me the most. I have also killed all those who threaten me. Therefore, you will not be an exception. The bone-chilling cold words had just sounded when the Northern King, who was beside Xiao Yang, suddenly stomped his foot on the air. The space exploded as the Northern King's body shot toward Mu Han like a cannonball that had been fired. Mu Han did not dare to be careless when he saw the Northern King charging over. He swiftly lifted his shriveled hand. As the seals in his hand changed, the King Kong array also agglomerated on the surface of his body. King Kong array. King Kong protection. As the cry sounded, the Northern King's body had already arrived in front of him. Mu Han immediately threw out a punch, which violently collided with the Northern King's pitch-black metal fist. Clang! A heavy bell-like sound immediately spread. The deafening buzzing sound caused the expressions of everyone outside the arena to involuntarily change. Their hearts were filled with shock. Under the frightening strength, the space around the two kings instantly collapsed. The collision of the two fists. In this first collision, the Northern King and Mu Han were evenly matched. When the two of them separated, Xiao Jin by Xiao Yang's side twisted its enormous body and let out a low roar. Immediately, a lightning glow flickered all over its body. With a swoosh sound, it transformed into an enormous golden-colored lightning pillar that charged into the battleground between the Northern King and Mu Han. With the addition of Xiao Jin, the previous balance was no longer there. Two 9-star half-martial emperors facing one 9-star half-martial emperor at the same time. In a battle of this level, it was enough to create an overwhelming advantage. In a short period of time, Mu Han's aura was no longer the same as before. Facing two experts of the same level at the same time, two monstrous fellows at that. Even with the help of the formation, it was still difficult for him to fight against them. After all, the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor was simply too powerful. Even the King Kong array that he was so proud of was becoming weaker and weaker under the frenzied attacks of the two fellows in front of him. It was obvious that the King Kong array would not be able to last for long. It would be fine if that was all. However, when Mu Han's gaze unintentionally glanced at Xiao Yang, he was shocked. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yang's face was calm as he stood in the empty air. His eyes stared at the clusters of different-colored heavenly flames in front of him. When these heavenly flames were added together, they basically occupied the entire heavenly flame ranking. Of course, with Mu Han's experience, he could tell that these heavenly flames were only seed flames. However, even so, the chill in his heart did not decrease in the slightest. At the same time, in the sky outside the plaza, Luo Jin and Elder Xian were also shocked as they looked at the scene before Xiao Yang. There was no need to mention Luo Jin. Back then, when he faced the cloud-splitting wolf, he had seen Xiao Yang take out such a stance. However, compared to now, Xiao Yang had only taken out a few heavenly flames. At this moment, Xiao Yang had basically summoned all the heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. It was precisely because of this that Luo Jin felt shocked. Xiao Yang was far more terrifying than he had expected. However, compared to Luo Jin, Elder Xian was even more shocked. All along, he had thought that Xiao Yang was only able to control 3 to 4 heavenly flames. However, he did not expect that after personally witnessing Xiao Yang take out almost the entire heavenly flame ranking. This caused this old man from the middle region to be extremely shocked. After all, even in the entire middle region, forget about possessing a heavenly flame. It was extremely difficult to even see one even if one wanted to. Even if it was only a seed flame, it was something that only a few large factions or clans possessed. However, Xiao Yang was actually able to completely unleash it. If news of this were to spread to the middle region, there was no telling just what kind of storm it would stir. Compared to the shocked expressions of the few people outside, Xiao Yang was completely focused on the heavenly flames in front of him at this moment. At this moment, there were a total of 21 different heavenly flames in front of him. This basically included the entire heavenly flame ranking. Of course, the other two that were not present were naturally the missing He Yang and Ji Yu, who was currently in his body. After taking out the heavenly flames, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows immediately poured out. Soon after, under Xiao Yang's control, clusters of heavenly flames began their initial merger. Following the merger of the heavenly flames, an extremely frightening destructive aura gradually spread. Anyone who sensed this aura would feel aghast in their hearts. At this moment, Mu Han, who was bitterly enduring with the Northern King and Little Gold on the other side, would occasionally use the corner of his eyes to observe Xiao Yang. While Mu Han's mind was being split into three, this caused him to feel a little frightened because of the heavenly flame in front of Xiao Yang. Faced with the incoming Northern King and Xiao Jin, he had also lost a little of his ability to fight. Within a short moment, the Northern King and Xiao Jin had left behind a couple of wounds of varying sizes on his body. Time slowly passed. At a certain moment, Mu Han, who was covered in blood, was once again sent flying 1,000 feet by the incoming Northern King. Only then did he have the opportunity to quickly take a look at Xiao Yang. However, the expression on his old face suddenly became extremely horrified when he saw him. At this moment, the final wisp of heavenly flame had perfectly merged into the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. A beautiful and dazzling fire lotus appeared in the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. An extremely frightening and pure destructive aura swiftly spread following the appearance of the fire lotus. Anyone who came into contact with it would have a drastic change in expression. Their hearts would be filled with shock and horror. Everyone could clearly sense that under this destructive power, any aura of life would be mercilessly torn to shred. This beautiful fire lotus in the empty space was just like a beautiful female snake. Anyone who tried to approach it would be mercilessly swallowed by it. This fire lotus could be called a true killing machine. Chapter 338. When this magnificent fire lotus appeared in the sky, everyone present couldn't help but be attracted by its gorgeous colors. However, at the same time, everyone's hearts were filled with shock when they saw the fire lotus in front of Xiao Yang. In the sky above the plaza, Xiao Yang used his spiritual energy to control the beautiful fire lotus that was the size of a washbasin. His figure slowly flew and arrived in front of the Northern King and Xiao Jin. Then, he slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Mu Han with an indifferent expression. The latter noticed Xiao Yang's gaze shooting over. His old face, which was covered with wrinkles, involuntarily revealed a deep solemn expression. Faced with Xiao Yang, this seemingly inexperienced young fellow in front of him, Mu Han's heart could not help but feel some fear rise at this moment. Even though he tried his best to suppress it, the Xiao Yang in front of him still made him feel a faintly discernible pressure. This caused Mu Han's breathing to involuntarily become a little heavy. This was especially so when his gaze came into contact with the beautiful fire lotus in front of Xiao Yang. His heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. The reason why Xiao Yang was able to give him a pressure that caused him to feel fear in his heart was mostly because of the beautiful fire lotus that was currently suspended in front of Xiao Yang and slowly rotating. Mu Han's gaze was grave as he stared at the fire lotus in front of Xiao Yang. He could feel the obscure aura that was occasionally emitted from it, causing his heart to shiver. Although the fire lotus looked harmless, the destructive aura that was emitted from it caused even Mu Han, who was a 9.5-star martial emperor, to feel extremely fearful when he sensed it. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Was such a terrifying destructive aura really something that Xiao Yang, a 5-star half-martial emperor, could do? Mu Han didn't doubt that if the fire lotus completely exploded, the power that it contained was something that even a 9-star half-martial emperor wouldn't dare to look down on. However, no matter what he thought, Xiao Yang was indeed in control of the fire lotus. The destructive power within it had all landed in Xiao Yang's palm. Yang Xiao, it is best to leave a way out for everything. I admit that with these two fellows around today, I am indeed unable to hurt you. However, if you continue to pester me like this, it will not do you any good. Mu Han's old eyes narrowed into a thin line. His dark eyes swept across the Northern King and Xiao Jin. After which, he looked at Xiao Yang. Even though his words sounded like he was admitting defeat, his tone revealed the unwillingness in his heart. Hearing Mu Han's words, Xiao Yang knew in his heart that this old fellow was definitely afraid of the Buddha's angry lotus flame in his hands. In addition, there was also Xiangbei Wang and Xiao Jin. Once the Buddha's angry lotus flame exploded, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to escape death. It was also because of this that Mu Han didn't dare to continue making trouble. After all, the price of making trouble was his life. Mu Han had lived for more than half his life. Being able to reach his current level, he naturally cherished his life even more. To him, it was not worth it to lose his life for an emperor tribulation pill. Ha ha, Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. Beside him, Xiao Jin also seemed to imitate him and let out 2 low dragon roars. Its large eyes were filled with disdain when it looked at Mu Han. Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Jin and gently lifted his eyebrows. After which, he withdrew his gaze and his expression instantly regained its indifference. His eyes turned and shot towards Mu Han. After a few breaths, his tone was sinister as he said, "I have said that I will definitely kill you today." Hearing the words that came out of Xiao Yang's mouth, Mu Han immediately frowned. His eyes once again stared at the magnificent fire lotus in Xiao Yang's hand. Mu Han's face involuntarily twitched violently. The Xiao Yang in front of him really did not place him in his eyes at all. A ball of fury immediately rose in Mu Han's heart when he thought of this. His hands were tightly clenched into fists under his sleeves. He wished that he could pull out Xiao Yang's tendons and rip off his bones to vent the hatred in his heart. However, he clearly understood his current situation. With the Northern King and Xiao Jin by his side, Xiao Yang could truly be called the strongest person below the Do Di class. After all, given the strength that Xiao Yang currently possessed, it was likely that only a Do Di would be able to kill him. It was a long while later before Mu Han clenched his teeth and once again raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yang. The two of them were 1,000 feet apart. Mu Han's dark eyes met Xiao Yang's indifferent eyes from a distance. The empty space in the middle of their gazes gradually became distorted. After a couple of breaths, the distorted space suddenly exploded. Mu Han deeply exhaled. His expression was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Yang. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice, "Humph. Yang Xiao, the old me advises you to stop. The fire lotus in your hand might be quite powerful, but once it explodes, humph, the result is not something that you can endure." Xiao Yang's indifferent expression finally changed a little when he heard these words. Indeed, this was something that he had not expected. Once the angry Buddha lotus flame was allowed to erupt in the sky above the ancient savage city, the battle between him and Mu Han would not only affect the two of them, but the entire ancient savage city would also be caught in the crossfire. Xiao Yang knit his brows tightly. He was unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Mu Han. After all, once this matter was resolved, it would be difficult to kill Mu Han in the future. However, if he were to attack today, it would implicate the entire savage ancient city. This was something that Xiao Yang would never do. Only the Han clan would do such a thing in order to achieve their goal at all costs. The clan that Xiao Yang hated the most in his life was the Han clan. Hey! Mu Han immediately laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Yang's somewhat conflicted manner. He had already expected that Xiao Yang would not implicate the entire savage ancient city in order to kill him. From the looks of it now, his prediction was indeed correct. When Xiao Yang heard Mu Han's unrestrained laughter, the dense killing intent that had just been suppressed in his heart once again surged. When he thought of how Mu Han had nearly killed Qin Zhong and seriously injured the Jiu Li duo, the fury in Xiao Yang's heart could not be vented. At this moment, he clearly had a great opportunity to kill Mu Han. However, he was unable to do so due to his misgivings. When he thought of this, the fury in Xiao Yang's heart burned even more intensely. "Heh! I have already said that you will definitely die today." Suddenly, while Mu Han was laughing loudly, Xiao Yang's mouth suddenly emitted an earth-shaking cry. At the same time, his right leg took a step forward. Xiao Yang's entire body was immediately covered by a turbulent heavenly flame, turning him into a flaming person. Behind him, the Northern King and Little Gold also moved simultaneously. They transformed into 2 lightning bolts and arrived in front of Mu Han in an instant. They blocked Mu Han's path of retreat from both sides. Today, he, Xiao Yang, would definitely kill Mu Han. Chapter 339. Mu Han's expression hardened when he saw this scene. His heart turned pale with fright. He did not expect Xiao Yang to be so ruthless. In order to kill him, Xiao Yang did not care about the lives of everyone in the ancient city. Mu Han's expression became even more solemn as he looked to his left and right. With the Northern King and Xiao Jin around, he no longer had any path of retreat. Additionally, there was Xiao Yang, who was walking toward him one step at a time. Seeing the beautiful fire lotus slowly rotating in Xiao Yang's hand, Mu Han's heart became extremely terrified. Yang Xiao, you must be clear. If you let go of this fire lotus, I won't be the only one who will die. Anyone below the level of a half-step emperor in the ancient city will be buried with me. Crash. After Mu Han's words sounded, the crowd immediately understood the situation in front of them. As long as Xiao Yang took out the fire lotus in his hand, it was likely that not many people present would be able to survive. Thinking of this, countless people present were immediately frightened. Many people's spirits were so fearful that they did not care about their miserable appearances as they fled from the ancient city. Of course, there was no lack of people present who were confident in Xiao Yang. They also believed that Xiao Yang was not the kind of person who did not care about the big picture, causing the lives of everyone in the city to be sacrificed for a personal grudge. Such a person was not worthy of their support. I have already said it twice. Today, I will take your life. If I die, you'll be hated by the wildlands as well. I refuse to believe that you'll be able to slaughter everyone here. In the sky, the two of them glared at each other as they continuously cried out sternly. Seeing the murderous look on Xiao Yang's face, Mu Han's heart became extremely fearful. The expression on his old face was uncertain. His face continued to twitch along with the emotions in his heart, and his breathing also became increasingly rough. Yang Xiao, you, noisy. This time around, Mu Han had just opened his mouth when Xiao Yang impatiently interrupted him. At the same time, a vast and mighty spiritual strength surged wildly from deep within his brows. The Do Qi within his body was also raised. His left hand, which had been idle all this while, extended out of his sleeve at this moment. As a crazy suction force surged out from Xiao Yang's left palm, strands of mysterious dark energy, which were like small snakes, quickly appeared in the empty space. After which, they all gathered into Xiao Yang's left palm. This mysterious energy was the energy of the Grand Tao that Xiao Yang controlled. This is the power of the Grand Tao. What is this kid trying to do? When he saw Xiao Yang unleash the power of the Great Path once again, Mu Han could not help but feel a sense of danger. Soon after, Mu Han sensed that the great Tao strength that was agglomerated in Xiao Yang's palm was more than just a little more than what he had agglomerated 2 years ago. From the looks of it, the benefits Xiao Yang had obtained in these 2 years were far more than he had imagined. How is that possible? It has only been 2 years. How can this kid's control of the Great Path energy reach such a stage? What exactly has this kid done in these 2 years? Mu Han was secretly shocked. The expression on his old face had also become extremely grave. The Great Path energy that Xiao Yang had condensed caused him to feel an aura that was close to death. Xiao Yang coldly smiled in response to this. Ever since he had discovered that the lightning in the lightning pool in the empty space contained a little spatial strength, he naturally did not dare to slack off. If he could devour it, he would definitely not leave it behind. The Great Path energy that Xiao Yang currently controlled was sufficient to envelop a part of the world. This was also what he wanted to do at this moment. In the next moment, when the Great Path energy in Xiao Yang's palm condensed into a dark black energy cluster that was the size of a basketball, Xiao Yang suddenly clenched his left hand. As a huge force poured out, the dark black energy cluster in his hand was like a balloon that was crushed by Xiao Yang. The dark black energy cluster exploded with a bang and turned into hundreds of small energy snakes that rapidly spread out. Immediately after, Xiao Yang's gaze turned cold. His left arm jerked and he waved his sleeves. His spiritual energy quickly controlled the dark energy snakes and condensed them into a dark energy light screen. At this moment, Xiao Yang, Mu Han, and the rest were all enveloped within it. When Mu Han saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. The dark light screen made him feel as though he could not see through it. The dark and empty feeling made him feel as though he was in a boundless void and there was no end to it. Mu Han's face twitched as he stared at the light screen that enveloped this space. He was extremely shocked. Chemph. If I want to kill you, I don't have to sacrifice the lives of others. Xiao Yang's tone was indifferent. He was confident that with this light screen, 70 to 80% of the aftershock of the Fire Lotus explosion would be blocked. This would be enough. At the very least, it would not destroy this savage ancient city. When Xiao Yang's voice sounded, Xiao Yang had already arrived 10 feet away from Mu Han. He held the angry Buddha lotus flame in one hand and stared at Mu Han with a ruthless gaze. He was about to attack. When Mu Han saw that Xiao Yang was not going to give him any leeway, fury immediately rose in his heart. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, when had he, Mu Han, ever suffered such a great humiliation? He was actually forced into a corner by a 5-star half-martial emperor, and was even forced to the point of death. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? Heh, brat. Since you insist on killing me, today, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely drag you down with me. After his stern cry sounded, Mu Han's hands were swiftly raised. As the seals changed, the Do Chi within his body also moved. He appeared as though he was about to self-destruct. Xiao Yang coldly snorted when he saw this scene. Since he dared to attack, he was naturally not afraid that Mu Han would self-destruct. He immediately shouted, "Stop him. You wish to self-destruct? I will not allow you to do so." After his cry sounded, the Northern King and Xiao Jin immediately shot out. With one on each side, they actually forcefully suppressed Mu Han, who was about to self-destruct. Immediately, the blood within Mu Han's body flowed backwards. A large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out. His aura also instantly became weak. Xiao Yang coldly laughed. He suddenly pushed the hand that was holding the fire lotus and pressed it down on Mu Han's head. At this moment, Mu Han's heart was like dead ashes. His heart was filled with regret and unwillingness. He regretted listening to Mo Di back then and forming enmity with Xiao Yang. He was unwilling to accept that he had actually allowed Xiao Yang to escape 2 years ago, causing him to pay such a price today. Today, he, a dignified 9-star half-martial emperor, was actually going to die in the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor. How could he be willing to accept this? At this moment, Mu Han's heart was completely disheartened. He unwillingly closed his turbid old eyes and waited for death to arrive. However, in the next moment, "Brother Yang Xiao, please have mercy." Chapter 340. After this cry sounded, not only Xiao Yang, but even Mu Han, whose face was currently ashen, involuntarily felt surprised in his heart. Who in this ancient savage city would speak up for him? Mu Han, who was high and mighty in the past, had used his status to harm many people in the savage ancient city. However, due to the latter's strength, everyone could only swallow their anger. Therefore, while he was being looked up to by others all these years, he also secretly buried many people who hated him to the bone. Quite a number of people present quietly rejoiced in their hearts when they saw that Mu Han was about to die in Xiao Yang's hands. With Mu Han's death, they would definitely suffer less pressure. This was naturally something that they wished to see. However, since this was the case, who was the person who had shouted to stop them? At this moment, apart from Elder Xian, only Xiao Yang knew who the owner of this voice was. The owner of this voice was Luo Jin. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and was filled with doubt. Subsequently, he turned around and viciously kicked Mu Han's chest. As fresh blood spurted out, Mu Han's face turned red as he was sent flying by Xiao Yang's kick. Forcefully stopping his body, Mu Han raised his head with a ferocious expression and shot a ruthless gaze at Xiao Yang. "Stay there obediently and don't move. Otherwise, even if he stops me, I will still kill you." Just as Mu Han's ruthless gaze came into contact with Xiao Yang, the latter's cold and deep voice was immediately heard. At the same time, the Northern King and Xiao Jin also turned towards Mu Han. Their ice-cold killing intent invisibly exerted more pressure on Mu Han. When he first heard Xiao Yang's cold words, the chill in Mu Han's heart became even more intense. When he saw the Northern King and Xiao Jin once again surrounding him, he could only cough helplessly. His gaze was constantly vigilant as he stared at Xiao Yang's group in front of him. As expected, he stood in the air and did not make any moves. When he saw Mu Han's appearance, Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly as he turned to look at the pitch-black light barrier. He could sense that Luo Jin was there. However, due to the light barrier, he did not forcefully intervene. With a thought, the light barrier in front of Luo Jin suddenly opened up an entrance that could only allow one person to pass through. Luo Jin sized up the black energy barrier in front of him as a strange light flowed deep within his eyes. Given his knowledge, he naturally knew that this black energy barrier was formed by the power of the Great Tao. However, for the time being, he was unable to identify which Great Tao it was. After all, there were many Great Taos in the world that were black. Just based on the color, he was unable to identify which Great Tao it was. However, Luo Jin already had some guesses in his heart from the deep aura that the light barrier gave off. Taking a big step forward, Luo Jin entered the range of the energy barrier, and the light barrier behind him closed up again. When he arrived in front of Xiao Yang frowned as he looked at Luo Jin. He glanced at Mu Han, who was currently surrounded by the North King and Xiao Jin, from the corner of his eyes. He sighed and asked, "What's going on? You actually want to protect him?" Xiao Yang's tone was filled with some resentment. If Luo Jin had not stopped him, it was likely that the current Mu Han would already be a corpse. Hearing this, Luo Jin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt rather helpless about the meaning in Xiao Yang's words. He naturally knew that Xiao Yang was furious. If he could, he would not mind Mu Han's death. However, Luo Jin had no choice but to protect Mu Han in the current situation. Luo Jin shrugged his shoulders. Only then did he look at Xiao Yang with a bitter smile and said, "I don't care about this fellow's life or death. However, there is something that I have to remind you of." Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows and frowned slightly. He stared at Luo Jin in front of him with a doubtful expression. Luo Jin smiled and nodded. However, the words that came out of his mouth made Xiao Yang feel that it was a little far-fetched. "I remember that you once told me that you would leave the savage ancient city and enter the western region after entering the void lightning pool. Am I right?" Yes. Although he was doubtful, Xiao Yang was not in a hurry to pursue the matter. Instead, he patiently waited for Luo Jin to clear up his doubts. Hearing Xiao Yang's reply, Luo Jin nodded again. Then, he looked past Xiao Yang and at Mu Han, who was also looking at him with a doubtful expression. Luo Jin slowly opened his mouth and said, "Then you should also know that the only place in the southwest border that has a teleportation array is the savage ancient city. As a rank 3 array master, the control of the teleportation array is done by him." Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly when Luo Jin finished speaking. He was slightly surprised. His gaze first looked at Mu Han behind him, then turned to Luo Jin and asked doubtfully, "What? Without him, the teleportation array can't be used." Luo Jin shrugged his shoulders and nodded again. Seeing Luo Jin nod his head, Xiao Yang felt a little conflicted in his heart. If what Mu Han said was true, then if he killed Mu Han, wouldn't it be equivalent to cutting off his own path of retreat? In the sky, Xiao Yang frowned as he thought about something. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Luo Jin again. "Can't you control the teleportation array with your astrolabe?" "If you can, it's impossible." Before Xiao Yang could finish his sentence, Luo Jin interrupted him. "My astrolabe is only a complicated array disk. Although it can allow me, who is not an array master, to release the array, it is only borrowing the power of the astrolabe. It cannot allow me to control the array as I wish. After all, if it is as you said, then all the array masters on this continent are worthless." When he heard this, Xiao Yang came to a realization. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. It seemed that he had thought too simply. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked again, "I remember that you have a teleportation array. If I remember correctly, your disk array also has a teleportation array. As long as I use your teleportation array, it's useless." Luo Jin interrupted Xiao Yang again. "This is a province teleportation array. Unless one is a rank 5 array master, no one can easily form the array. Don't think that Mu Han is controlling the array every day. In fact, he is only a representative of the array. This array has existed for thousands of years." Xiao Yang understood in his heart when he spoke until this point. From the looks of it, It was likely that the region teleportation formation of the savage ancient city would not work without Mu Han. In other words, he could only rely on Mu Han if he wished to head to the western region. The fury in Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily rose the moment he thought of Mu Han. He had already reached a stage where he could no longer tolerate this fellow, who had repeatedly tried to snatch his DI tribulation pill. However, he had no choice but to keep Mu Han around because of the teleportation array. This made Xiao Yang feel rather conflicted. Suddenly, Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Jin again. By the way, since the teleportation array only needs a person to control it, we only need to find another array master. Then it should be fine, right? But, when he heard this, Luo Jin could not help but laugh. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would still be conflicted about this matter after saying so much. After laughing for a while, Luo Jin slowly lifted his head and looked at Luo Jin, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are right. It will be fine as long as there is someone to control the array. Before Xiao Yang's voice sounded, a ruthlessness was once again revealed on his face. It was fine as long as he could kill this old fellow Mu Han. He would put everything else aside first. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to turn around while carrying a sharp killing intent, Luo Jin quickly opened his mouth. This opening of his mouth caused the flame that had just risen in Xiao Yang's heart to be instantly extinguished. Xiao Yang stared gloomily at Luo Jin. The latter felt rather helpless and smiled bitterly at Xiao Yang. Luo Jin opened his mouth again. You need at least a rank 3 array master to control this array. I'm afraid that there are only a few array masters of this level in the entire southern region. Where do you expect me to find such a person? The atmosphere in the square became quiet when these words were uttered. Xiao Yang and Luo Jin exchanged glances with each other before helplessly shaking their heads. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang abruptly turned his body around with a vicious expression. He fiercely cried out, "Beat him up! Beat him up as hard as you can! Even if you can't kill him, you must cripple him." Chapter 341. Ancient Wildlands City, Alchemist Guild. At this moment, Xiao Yang and his group were seated in a large hall. Outside the hall, all the alchemists in the Alchemist Guild had gathered. Everyone stuck their heads out to look at Xiao Yang in the hall. Their eyes were filled with excitement. In these 2 years, the Alchemist Guild had become much stronger than before. The new blood had laid a good foundation for the future development of the Alchemist Guild. A large portion of them had come for Xiao Yang. To be able to achieve such great achievements at such a young age was extremely rare among the alchemists. Of course, after these people joined, they also knew about Xiao Yang's death. Although some people left in disappointment, those who stayed were also elites. Xiao Yang's death seemed to have become a trial for the Alchemist Guild, to get rid of the dross and extract the essence. In the hall, Xiao Yang was forced to sit in the main seat. That should have been Jiyu Li's seat, but the latter insisted on Xiao Yang sitting there and destroyed all the empty chairs. Xiao Yang had no choice but to sit down. "Heh, you little brat. Back when that old bastard Wei Yi was still around, he would take advantage of our absence to sit there. You, on the other hand, are not willing to sit even if I force you to." Jiyu Li rolled his eyes at Xiao Yang and scolded him with a smile. After his words sounded, the few people in the hall immediately burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere returned to a relaxed atmosphere that everyone could bear. Xiao Yang helplessly smiled bitterly when he heard this. He looked at Jiyu Li and realized that the latter's complexion had clearly recovered. Under the effect of the Emperor-grade medicinal pill, although it was not enough to rapidly recover the strength in his body, it was able to suppress the injuries in his body for a period of time. This made Jiyu Li feel much better. Next, as long as he refined the remaining medicinal pills in his body, Jiyu Li believed that the strength in his body would recover in less than a month. After chatting with Xiao Yang for a while, Jiyu Li finally turned his gaze and looked at Luo Jin, who was sitting opposite him. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the young man before him was most definitely not someone that ordinary people could compare to. At the very least, his strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor was not much weaker than his own. Speaking of this, the cultivation talent of this young man in front of them was even more terrifying than the Xiao Yang they were familiar with. The most important thing was that this young man in front of her seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Yang. What kind of person is this fellow Yang Xiao? His puppet is terrifying and his pet is heaven-defying. Why is it that even his friends are cultivation freaks? The corner of Jiyu Li's mouth twitched slightly as he was inexplicably shocked. Haha, I was so focused on chatting with Yang Xiao that I almost forgot about this friend. Haha, I hope you don't blame me. Jiyu Li withdrew his thoughts and exchanged a look with Kai Lin, who was also looking at Luo Jin. Only then did Jiyu Li smile apologetically at Luo Jin. Seeing this, Luo Jin also laughed and said with a smile, haha, it's fine. Brother Yang Xiao has disappeared for 2 years. Now that he has appeared again, it is inevitable that I want to chat with him. Not to mention you, even I feel the same. Haha. The clear laughter caused the atmosphere in the hall to become much more joyful. Haha, after talking so much, I still don't know this friend's name. Jiyu Li faced Luo Jin. His turbid old eyes flickered with light as he asked with a friendly tone. Luo Jin also smiled when he heard this. He cupped his hands towards Jiyu Li and laughed. I am Luo Jin. Hearing this, Jiyu Li and Kai Lin beside him exchanged a look. Immediately after, the two of them also cupped their hands towards Luo Jin and reported their names. Little brother, you shouldn't be someone from our savage ancient city, right? Suddenly, Kai Lin beside Jiyu Li could not help but ask Luo Jin. Hearing these words, Jiyu Li also looked at Luo Jin with a curious face. In his heart, he was also quite curious. When Luo Jin heard the words from Jiyu Li's mouth, the expression on his face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, the corners of his mouth lifted into a soft smile. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yang, who was currently sitting on the main seat and was forcefully suppressing a smile from the corners of his mouth as he looked at the few of them. Then tell me, do I count as someone from the ancient savage city or not? Jiyu Li and Kai Lin raised their eyebrows slightly when these words sounded. Before they could react to the meaning of these words, Xiao Yang, who was seated in the main seat, suddenly let out a Kai sound. His face was red as he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a long while, until his stomach hurt from laughing, Xiao Yang finally managed to stop laughing with great difficulty. After which, he lifted his gaze and saw the strange gazes that Jiyu Li and Kai Lin shot towards him. Those gazes caused one to feel strange in one's heart. Xiao Yang took 2 deep breaths and wiped away the emotional tears at the corner of his eyes. After which, he looked towards Luo Jin. When the latter saw the gaze that Xiao Yang shot over, he shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Xiao Yang nodded. In his heart, he understood the latter's intentions. Seeing the strange actions of the two in the square, Jiyu Li and Kai Lin tightly knitted their eyebrows. They looked at each other and helplessly shook their heads. If the two in front of them did not say anything, they would not know exactly what had happened. A long while later, Xiao Yang once again turned his gaze towards Jiyu Li and Kai Lin. His face still revealed the same emotional expression from before. However, at this moment, it seemed to have become much more formal. Haha, presidents, who do you think is the most mysterious person in this ancient wildland city? When they heard Xiao Yang's seemingly unrelated question, Jiyu Li and Kai Lin raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. At the same time, the two of them secretly thought in their hearts, if we were to talk about the most mysterious person in this ancient wildland city, it would naturally be Elder Luo from the southern part of the city. After all, he has been in this ancient wildland city for so many years. Not only does no one know his true strength, even his background is completely unknown. When he thought of this, the expression in Jiyu Li's eyes suddenly froze. His gaze instantly turned and landed on Luo Jin opposite him. Elder Luo's surname was Luo. The young man in front of him also had the surname Luo. Could it be? In the next moment, Jiyu Li and Kai Lin's expressions suddenly changed. They hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed towards Luo Jin with their hands cupped together. Xiao Yang and Luo Jin looked at each other. From the looks of it, these two little old men should have guessed Luo Jin's identity as the pavilion master of the Union Pavilion. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Just as Luo Jin was about to stand up, The words that came out from Jiu Li and Kai Lin's mouths were like a sudden clap of thunder that struck the two of them out of nowhere, causing them to almost lose their balance. The two of us greet Elder Luo. Fart. On the main seat, Xiao Yang smiled as he drank a mouthful of fragrant tea. Immediately after, he was so shocked by the sudden and shocking words that he spat it out with a fut sound. As Xiao Yang spat out the mouthful of tea, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward in a short span of a few breaths. Xiao Yang involuntarily curled his lips in his heart. He really did not expect that these two little old men in front of him would actually think of his question in such a different way. Regardless of how mysterious old Luo's identity was, he had at the very least met him before. How could the young Luo Jin in front of him be an old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair like Elder Luo? After violently coughing a few times, Xiao Yang hurriedly raised his head and coincidentally met Luo Jin's eyes. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. A moment later, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. This scene caused Jiu Li and Kai Lin's expressions to become extremely awkward. At this point in time, they didn't need to say anything more to know that their judgment was completely wrong. But since that was the case, who was this young man with the surname Luo in front of them? Of course, Jiu Li and Kai Lin couldn't help but guess who Luo Jin was to Elder Luo. After all, even if he wasn't Elder Luo, based on his surname and his heaven-defying cultivation, most people would think that Luo Jin was Elder Luo's descendant. Of course, this was the truth. However, Luo Jin didn't intend to let them know about his relationship with Elder Luo. A moment later, the few people present calmed down the emotions within their hearts with great difficulty. Only then did Xiao Yang slowly raise his dark black, deep eyes. His gaze looked at Jiu Li and Kai Lin below. Recalling the scene just now, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He wanted to laugh out loud in his heart. After calming himself down, Xiao Yang's expression returned to normal. Then, he slowly smiled and said, "You might not believe it, but he is actually the pavilion master of Union Pavilion." Chapter 342. When Xiao Yang and Luo Jin left the Alchemist Guild, the sky had already gradually darkened. The day had already come to an end. Union Pavilion. Xiao Yang and Luo Jin sat opposite each other. Luo Jin was carefully sizing up Xiao Yang, and the latter was also sizing up Luo Jin with the same gaze. TSK, I really don't know how you cultivate. In less than 2 years, your strength has already soared from a 3-star half-martial emperor to a 5-star half-martial emperor. With such a frightening cultivation speed, I'm afraid that even in the central region, there aren't many people who can compare to you. Luo Jin's gaze was fixed on Xiao Yang. His gaze was as if he was staring at a treasure, and his expression was filled with shock. Hearing Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yang shook his head and lightly smiled. He shrugged his shoulders, raised his gaze, looked at the former, and softly sighed. "Sigh, how can I compare to you? You managed to raise your strength by 4 stars in 2 years. Compared to me, you have doubled. You even said that my cultivation speed is fast. This is simply a disguised way of praising yourself, right?" Ha 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 ha. Luo Jin's old face reddened, and he could not help but laugh out loud. He did not explain anything. However, Luo Jin clearly understood in his heart that the reason he was able to raise his strength by 4 stars during these 2 years was all thanks to the Heaven Imperial Jade Essence that he had obtained from the Cloud-Splitting Wolf when he had joined hands with Xiao Yang back then. Luo Jin had refined the energy within the Heaven Imperial Jade Essence in these 2 years. That was why his strength was able to increase so quickly. Compared to the pain of being bitten by lightning that Xiao Yang had to endure, Luo Jin was much more relaxed. Of course, there were gains and losses. While his strength was rapidly increasing, he would be in a period of adjustment for a very long period of time. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for his strength to increase again. However, Luo Jin seemed to have an indifferent attitude towards this. Although Xiao Yang was surprised, he did not ask. "Hehe, speaking of which, you're not bad, kid. You've already grasped the power of the Grand Tao. Tell me, what kind of Grand Tao is it? It'll be good for me, someone who hasn't grasped a Grand Tao, to open my eyes." All of a sudden, Luo Jin chuckled and asked about the great Tao that Xiao Yang had used against Mu Han. Luo Jin was really envious of that. After all, that was the power of the great Tao. As long as one was a true expert, they would be able to grasp it. It was a form of verification of one's strength. Of course, talent was more important. After all, the great path was not formed by cultivation. If one wanted to use the power of the great path, the first condition was to comprehend a great path. Haha, my luck is not bad. I comprehended the grand Tao of the void. When Xiao Yang heard this, he did not try to hide it. Since he had already used it, Xiao Yang did not intend to continue hiding it. After all, there would definitely be people who would be able to recognize that the black energy that he had used was the power of the great path. TSK, you really don't know what kind of good deed you did in your previous life. How much good karma have you accumulated to actually be able to comprehend the grand Tao of the void? The grand Tao of the void combined with the sky extinction steps. Currently, I'm afraid that no one below the Do Di class will be able to catch up with your speed. Luo Jin's eyes stared at Xiao Yang as if he was looking at a monster. When he spoke, his tone revealed the envy he had for Xiao Yang. With regards to this, Xiao Yang was also helpless. He spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. Ha, all right. After saying so much, let's talk about your next plans. Now that you have entered the lightning pool, what are your next plans? After changing the topic, Luo Jin quickly followed up and inquired about Xiao Yang's next plans. Xiao Yang involuntarily inhaled a deep breath of air when he heard this. The expression on his face, which originally carried a slight smile, gradually recovered its solemnness. Xiao Yang had already considered the question that Luo Jin had raised at this moment before he left the lightning pool. Hence, now that Luo Jin had raised it, Xiao Yang did not need to think too much about it. Xiao Yang nodded slightly and spoke to Luo Jin in a deep voice. According to my original plan, I will first head to the western region. Due to the different distances between the regions, Xiao Yang could not rely on the transportation formation in the savage ancient city to directly reach the northern region. Hence, the western region was a place that he had to pass through on this trip. Luo Jin nodded slightly. He also understood this point in his heart. After knowing Xiao Yang's next destination, Luo Jin smiled and said, Haha, since that's the case, then we can travel together. Coincidentally, I have some matters to attend to at the Union Pavilion branch in the western region. This way, the two of us can travel together again, haha. Luo Jin's face was full of smiles, as if this was all fated. After laughing, Luo Jin seemed to have thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and asked Xiao Yang with a smile, Brother Yang Xiao, have you decided when you are going to leave? His eyes narrowed and his pitch-black eyes flickered. After a long while, Xiao Yang finally opened his mouth and said in a calm tone, let's set it for 3 days later. In 3 days, we will set off for the western region. When these words came out, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice, 3 days? Isn't this a little too rushed? Hearing Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yang smiled faintly, shook his head and said, we are not moving. There is no need to bring anything. 3 days is enough. We only need to pack some clothes in 3 days. Seeing this, Luo Jin did not say anything more and nodded his head in agreement. After all, it did not matter to him whether they left early or late. A night's time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already the morning of the second day. Early in the morning, the ancient city of Wildlands was already very lively. Moreover, there were 2 major news that had spread out yesterday. The people in the city were extremely excited. The first news was that Yang Xiao, who had disappeared 2 years ago, had returned today. In 2 years, his strength had increased from a 3-star half-martial emperor to a 5-star half-martial emperor. When this news spread, the entire Wildlands immediately became lively. 2 years ago, Xiao Yang had defeated a 7-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor. He was even undefeated when facing an 8-star half-martial emperor. Then, 2 years later, wouldn't Yang Xiao, whose strength had reached the 5-star half-martial emperor, be even more terrifying? When this news had just spread, sure enough, in less than half a day, another piece of news that shocked the entire ancient city of Wildlands was once again spread. Despite being one of the 2 overlords of the wasteland, Mu Han had actually been beaten up by Xiao Yang until he no longer resembled a human. Even though Mu Han was a 9-star half DI, he did not possess any might in front of Xiao Yang. The dignity of a 9-star half DI was just like a straw dog. However, just when everyone thought that this was all the news about Xiao Yang, in merely one day, the Wildlands was once again shaken by another piece of news. In the Grey Mountain Range outside of Wildlands City, someone had seen a black-clothed man face off against a Do Di's pressure by himself and persist for an entire day. After this news spread, the gazes of everyone in the savage ancient city landed on Xiao Yang, who had not uttered a single word. In a short 2 days, not only had he returned in a powerful manner, he had also broken Mu Han's record that no one had been able to break for a long time, violently beating up Mu Han, becoming one of the 2 tyrants of the Wildlands, fighting against a Do Di's pressure by himself and breaking Mu Han's record of half a day. These 2 things were truly slaps to Mu Han's face. Yang Xiao's return caused an uproar in the city. Even the sky changed color because of it. Chapter 343. While Xiao Yang's matter had caused an uproar in the ancient wilderness, Xiao Yang was currently sitting in an inconspicuous little restaurant, drinking by himself. Of course, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Yang had no choice but to put on a mask made of special materials. This mask was different from an ordinary mask. Not only could it conceal one's aura, but even a pseudo-emperor would find it hard to tell if it was real or fake. Xiao Yang was sitting by the window. From here, he could see the 2 floors of the Union Pavilion. Of course, this wasn't the purpose of Xiao Yang's visit. He was just used to sitting by the window and listening to the news on the streets. Unsurprisingly, ever since Xiao Yang had sat there, almost every piece of news he had heard was related to him. Especially the battle with Mu Han the day before. Everyone was spreading false rumors about it. It was simply an unimaginable battle. However, when this reached Xiao Yang's ears, the latter could only smile bitterly and shake his head with a sigh. Xiao Yang could only helplessly focus on the matter at hand. Xiao Yang hoped that he could make some preparations before he left, so as to avoid any future troubles. Amidst the boredom of waiting, time passed quickly. Unknowingly, 4 hours had already passed by at the tip of his fingers. Until a certain moment, the boring atmosphere was broken by a delicate shout. "Chen-ph, where's the shop owner? Hurry up and come out." Most of the people in the restaurant couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the direction of the voice. Although the tone was a bit rude, the voice was quite pleasant to the ears. Even Xiao Yang couldn't deny this. However, whether the voice was pleasant or not was one thing, but the tone was another. When this overbearing voice sounded, the shop owner felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, after doing business for so many years, he understood in his heart that he definitely couldn't underestimate anyone. Even if it was a girl with an extremely delicate voice, he definitely couldn't underestimate her. Moreover, the voice of the girl who had shouted was so delicate. Clearly, she was a pampered young lady who had been pampered since she was young. Without mentioning her strength, just her background alone was not something that a small shop like this could touch. Hence, the shop owner hurriedly ran forward after hearing the delicate shout. He smiled at the girl with a courteous attitude. "Haha, may I know if this young lady needs anything? If there is a need, as long as it is within my shop's ability, this old man will definitely do his best." The shop owner gave himself full marks for his judgment the moment he stepped forward. This little girl in front of him might appear weak on the surface, but her aura was something that even a dozun like him could not see clearly. Just this point alone was enough to prove that this young lady's strength was much stronger than his. Perhaps she was already an expert at the Dosheng class. The shop owner quietly thought in his heart. This little girl, who appeared to be in her 20s, possessed the strength of a Dosheng. This kind of frightening training talent could really be called heaven-defying. In time to come, this young lady in front of him might become an even stronger Ban Di who would be respected by the people of the continent. Such a person would not allow a small dozun like him to blaspheme her. She first heard the shop owner's courteous voice. After which, she saw the respectful attitude of the shop owner in front of her. The young lady pursed her red moist lips and lifted her small nose. Her pink tender face revealed a proud smile. Her gaze swept over everyone on the first floor, after which, it once again landed on the shop owner in front of her. The young lady smiled slightly. The smile that she revealed could be described as extremely beautiful. However, the words that were emitted next caused the expressions of everyone present to instantly change. Today, this young lady will book this entire restaurant. Everyone inside should immediately leave this restaurant. Everyone present immediately frowned when these words were uttered. Even the shop owner in front of the young lady involuntarily knit his brows. This restaurant of his had been open for dozens of years. Most of the people who came were old customers. They usually took care of each other. Now, he had chased away his customers just because of some words from this young lady in front of him. How would he continue to maintain his footing here in the future? The shop owner was just about to open his mouth when the young lady in front of him snorted softly. She waved her hand and a golden card appeared in her hand. She flicked her finger and the card shot toward the shop owner in front of her. The shop owner frowned. However, he still received the golden card that was flying toward him. The golden card had just entered his hand when the young lady's spoiled voice was once again emitted. There are 30,000 ling coins in this golden card. It is comparable to the income of your small store for 2 years. From now on, this restaurant will be reserved by this young lady. Everyone who is inside, get out. The young lady's eyes swept over everyone present. The expression of the shop owner in front of her alternated between green and white. Young lady, I'm afraid our store can't agree to your request. After a long time, the shop owner raised his head with a solemn expression and looked at the young lady in front of him. There was a deep firmness in his words. This also made the group of customers behind him at this moment exclaim in their hearts. This young lady is just borrowing your restaurant for a day. Old man, don't be so shameless. With a delicate shout, the young lady's pretty face showed a touch of displeasure. Her delicate body trembled, and the terrifying aura belonging to a half-saint powerhouse swept toward everyone in the field in an instant. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that this seemingly weak young lady in front of them was actually a half-saint powerhouse. Seeing the rapidly changing expressions on everyone's faces, the young lady couldn't help but raise a smug smile on her face. Her cultivation talent had always been greatly praised by her grandfather. At this moment, when she saw these people revealing such expressions because of her, a sense of pride immediately surged in her heart. Her usual aura of a young lady was completely revealed. She snorted in an unruly tone. The young lady's delicate body trembled, and the terrifying aura that spread out became even more tyrannical. All of a sudden, everyone in the field, including the shop owner, had a solemn expression on their faces. Their bodies were also out of control. They half knelt on the ground with a bang, and cold sweat kept dripping from their foreheads. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think this young lady is a sick cat? The young lady put her hands on her hips. With a cold smile, she looked at all the figures half kneeling on the ground in the field. She laughed disdainfully. As her voice fell, the young lady walked in front of the shop owner. With a coquettish expression, her bright and beautiful eyes stared at the shop owner in front of her. She asked again, "Are you willing now?" The shop owner supported his body with difficulty, but he still struggled to shake his head. The young lady frowned slightly, and the expression on her pretty face became more and more unhappy. After a few breaths, the young lady snorted coldly. She actually slowly raised her jade-like hand, spread her 5 fingers, and slapped the shop owner's face. Slap. With a soft sound, under everyone's astonished gazes, the snow-white wrist finally stopped in the air a few inches away from the shop owner's face. At this moment, a black-robed young man was standing beside the shop owner. His white and powerful palm was firmly holding the young lady's wrist like an iron clamp. This little girl's strength isn't that great, but she doesn't show any mercy. I really don't know which family raised her. She's actually so rude and unreasonable. As the man appeared, his clear and cold voice slowly rang out. Chapter 344. Everyone in the restaurant suddenly felt their bodies lighten. The half-sage pressure that was suppressing their bodies earlier had quietly disappeared. Immediately, everyone looked at the young man who was still holding the young lady's wrist in shock. It was not difficult to guess that he was the one who had broken the young lady's half-sage pressure. It was hard to imagine that the pressure of a half-sage expert could be easily broken by the black-robed young man. To be able to do so, the young man's strength was at least at the half-sage level. Hiss! Everyone present involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they thought of this. Although it was not as if they had never seen such a young Ban Sheng before, the fact that two of them had appeared at the same time in this restaurant caused them to involuntarily feel a little strange. While everyone present was quietly shocked in their hearts, the young lady also swiftly reacted. At the same time that she lifted her pretty eyes, a shock swiftly surged into the gaze she used to look at Xiao Yang. She had been pampered and spoiled since she was young. When had she ever been treated in such a manner? Moreover, it was by someone of the same generation. Xiao Yang's gaze fell and swept across the young lady in front of him. His eyes involuntarily revealed a look of amazement. The young girl in front of him was quite attractive. Her delicate little face was pink and tender, adding a bit of childishness to it. Her gentle and beautiful feeling made people want to hold her in their arms and take care of her. The young lady was wearing a bright red dress. The tight-fitting dress wrapped around her exquisite figure until it was curvaceous. Adding the threads of fury in her eyes at this moment, it caused the red-clothed young lady in front of Xiao Yang to have an additional barbaric feeling. Let go of me. As if she had noticed Xiao Yang's gaze, the anger in the young lady's heart grew even stronger. With a furious shout, the young lady cried out again. Her right hand, which was being held by Xiao Yang, was forcefully pulled back. However, no matter how hard she struggled, Xiao Yang's hand did not move at all. Instead, when he exerted a little force, the young lady's delicate face revealed a painful expression. How could one tell that she was a half-sage expert from her appearance? Bastard! Die! Unable to break free, the young girl's heart was instantly enraged. Her young mistemper immediately rose to the top of her head. Her other left hand that wasn't restrained by Xiao Yang suddenly flipped over. Do Qi rapidly condensed in the palm of her delicate jade-like hand. A palm fiercely smashed towards Xiao Yang. Seeing this, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. This little girl in front of him was really rude and unreasonable. As this thought flashed across his heart, Xiao Yang did not stand on ceremony. He swiftly extended his left hand and his large palm grabbed the young lady's left wrist. He used a little force and the young lady's do qi in her palm involuntarily scattered as she cried out in pain. Little girl, you're quite hot-tempered. Xiao Yang's tone was a little impatient as he spoke. However, immediately after, Xiao Yang's expression could not help but change slightly. The moment her left hand was restrained, the little girl in front of him actually kicked out with the tip of her right foot. Her target was Xiao Yang's crotch. Even the people behind Xiao Yang saw this scene and their crotches involuntarily tightened. If this kick really landed, then this black-robed young man would really be in trouble. You're really not done yet. A cold shout shook the young lady in front of Xiao Yang to the point that her soul was frightened. Xiao Yang was too lazy to care about being gentle to the fairer sex. With a sudden twist of his arms, the young lady in front of him could not control her body and was forcefully flipped in midair. After that, Xiao Yang's wrists quickly crossed and the 5 fingers of his right hand opened. Immediately after, he clasped down and the young lady's hands were controlled by Xiao Yang's palms. With a slight press of his right hand, the young lady was forced to bend over and stand in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was even more impolite. As if to seek revenge for the anger that rose in his heart due to the young lady's kick, Xiao Yang waved his left sleeve and spread out the 5 fingers of his left hand. Immediately after, in the entire restaurant, under the astonished and envious gazes of everyone, Xiao Yang ruthlessly slapped the young lady's buttocks. Slap. At this moment, everyone held their breaths and concentrated. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the restaurant. Everyone's mouth was slightly agape as they watched the scene in front of them. The moment Xiao Yang's slap landed, the young lady seemed to be slightly startled for a moment. After a short moment, a blush appeared on the young lady's delicate cheeks. Ah! A deafening scream suddenly rang out. The young lady, who was restrained by Xiao Yang, suddenly began to struggle frantically. Xiao Yang's old face was also slightly red. Only then did he realize that what he had done seemed to be a little too much. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang could not help but slightly loosen his grip on the young lady's right hand. In the next moment, the young lady in front of him quickly seized this opportunity. Her snow-white wrist twisted like a water snake, and her two delicate palms quickly slipped out of Xiao Yang's hand. Without waiting for Xiao Yang to regain his senses, the young lady suddenly turned her head and fiercely bit the back of Xiao Yang's hand. Hiss, Xiao Yang frowned. As he withdrew his hand, the young lady in front of him had already taken a few steps to the door of the restaurant. Xiao Yang glanced at the 2 rows of clear teeth marks on the back of his hand. Although this little girl had used quite a bit of strength when she bit him, it was fortunate that Xiao Yang's physical body was strong. This little girl alone was unable to hurt him. With a slight smile, Xiao Yang slowly raised his gaze and looked at the young lady standing outside the door. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a chuckle, "Hey, little girl, you're really a little tigress." In the face of Xiao Yang's teasing words, the blush on the young lady's cheeks deepened, but at the same time, the young lady's heart was filled with anger again. Today, she met this black-robed young man in front of her. The pain she suffered at his hands could be said to be the most in her life. How could this young lady, who was sought after by everyone, continue to be calm? Immediately, the young lady quickly took out a jade slip from the storage ring and crushed it. "Humph! You actually dare to hit me. Today, I must make you pay the price." Xiao Yang was expressionless. Ever since the young lady had taken out the jade token, Xiao Yang had already predicted what would happen next. However, he also wanted to see just what kind of person would allow his younger generation to behave so atrociously. At the same time, the moment the jade slip was crushed, in a luxurious courtyard not too far away from Xiao Yang and the young lady, a few people were discussing something in the hall at this moment. But then, among the few people, an old man whose strength had reached the level of a half-emperor, who was originally sitting on the chair, suddenly stood up the moment the jade slip was crushed. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the young lady at this moment. "Hiss, this little girl, who did you provoke this time? I asked you to wait for someone, why did you cause trouble again?" Sensing the special aura that spread out when the young lady's life-saving jade slip was crushed, the old man's face did not reveal too much worry. Instead, he muttered to himself. Obviously, the old man was quite familiar with his granddaughter's character. Therefore, he did not think that someone else attacked her first. The old man sighed helplessly in his heart. In the end, he was still worried about the young lady's safety. After speaking to the people present, his figure moved and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, at the entrance of the restaurant, the young lady's pretty face was filled with anger as she stared at Xiao Yang opposite her with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. "Humph! When my grandfather comes later, I will definitely personally smash your pig head." Xiao Yang frowned slightly. He did not expect this little girl in front of him to be so unruly. Even at this time, she still did not forget to insult him. "Ha! May I know which friend is here? If my granddaughter has offended you, I hope you can forgive her. I promise that I will discipline her properly when I return." Suddenly, an old man's shout came from the sky outside the restaurant. Hearing the meaning behind his words, even though he was also protecting the young girl, everyone could tell that this person clearly understood the temperament of the young girl in front of him. When the old man's words reached the young lady's ears, the expression on the latter's delicate face changed again and again. She originally wanted to rely on her grandfather to vent her anger, but who knew that he would say such words the moment he opened his mouth? "Humph! Are you my grandfather or not?" Immediately, the young lady's face was filled with grievance as she turned around and shouted towards the sky. The moment the old man's voice sounded, Xiao Yang, who was standing in the restaurant, slowly curled his lips into a slightly surprised smile. Xiao Yang also did not expect that this spoiled and unruly princess in front of him was actually his granddaughter. No wonder she said that she wanted to book this restaurant for a day. It seemed that this old man had asked her to do it. However, he only thought of the beginning and ignored the end. This little girl's actions had made this originally easy process several times more difficult than it should have been. With light footsteps, Xiao Yang slowly walked out of the restaurant and looked at the distant sky. Then, under the astonished gaze of the young lady beside him, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Haha, brother Qinzhong, I haven't seen you for 2 years. How have you been?" Chapter 345. As Xiao Yang's voice fell, there was a sharp sound of wind breaking in the sky. A figure quickly approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. The expression on Qinzhong's face was slightly startled when he saw Xiao Yang when he approached. This unfamiliar-looking man in front of him was not the person he had thought of. However, when Qinzhong met Xiao Yang's clear eyes and saw a wisp of brilliant fire glow, his old face immediately revealed a smile that he had been waiting for a long time. Qinzhong cupped his hands together and cupped them toward Xiao Yang. After which, he laughed out loud. "Yang," the first word had just left his mouth when Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted the words that he was about to continue speaking. Seeing this, Qinzhong couldn't help but show a touch of doubt. But then, when his eyes swept across the crowd of onlookers on both sides of the street and the girl in red, his old face suddenly showed a smile of understanding. Qinzhong exchanged glances with Xiao Yang. The both of them were well aware of the situation. Hence, Qinzhong did not continue speaking. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily sighed in relief. Now the whole ancient wilderness city was talking about him. Once Qinzhong said Xiao Yang's name in public, it would attract more than half of the people in the ancient wilderness city to watch. This was not what Xiao Yang wanted to see. As he landed, Qinzhong's eyes immediately fell on the beautiful girl in the middle of the street below. Seeing the latter's aggrieved face, Qinzhong couldn't help but frown slightly. But then he seemed to understand something. Qinzhong glanced at Xiao Yang, but found that the latter was also looking at him with a smile. He shrugged and didn't say anything. "What's going on?" Qinzhong didn't ask Xiao Yang. Instead, he frowned and looked at the girl, reprimanding in a slightly low voice. When the girl saw her grandfather, who had always doted on her, treat her like this in front of outsiders, she couldn't help but burst out. "Little girl, today's matter won't allow you to fool around anymore." Qinzhong, who had a deep understanding of the young lady, immediately saw the change in the young lady's expression. Before the latter could speak, an even deeper cry was emitted from his mouth. Under this voice, the young girl's soft and delicate body clearly trembled. There was actually some moisture in her bright and beautiful eyes. It was hard for her to imagine that her grandfather, who had always been obedient to her, would get angry at her because of an outsider. Xiao Yang immediately felt helpless when he saw this. Why was it that from the looks of it, it had become his fault? Frowning slightly, Xiao Yang roughly explained what had happened to Qinzhong. The latter's expression gradually became gloomy. Before the young lady came here, he had already repeatedly warned her not to bully others and not to take things by force. The little girl in front of him didn't abide by either of these two rules. Of course, Qinzhong didn't doubt Xiao Yang's words. Firstly, he trusted Xiao Yang personally. Secondly, there were so many people present. As a half-emperor expert, Xiao Yang naturally wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Moreover, the young lady in front of him didn't refute Xiao Yang's narration. Obviously, Xiao Yang's words were flawless. Taking a deep breath, Qinzhong turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Yang. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry." Xiao Yang, however, laughed softly and shook his head. His gaze swept over everyone in the restaurant before he frowned and said, "The one who should be sorry is not me, but them." Qinzhong was startled and looked at Xiao Yang, only to find that the latter was also staring at him with a hint of certainty in his eyes. When Xiao Yang's words entered the young lady's ears, the latter immediately frowned. Her face was filled with hatred as she looked at Xiao Yang and angrily said, "My grandfather is a half-emperor expert. How can he apologize to these guys? You are clearly making things difficult for my grandfather." Xiao Yang ignored this. His eyes continued to stare at Qinzhong. It was likely that only this young lady was unaware of the meaning behind his word. A long while later, Qinzhong finally nodded. He turned his gaze and faced the young lady, who was still repeatedly cursing Xiao Yang with her mouth. He reprimanded her. "Ruru, shut up." The young lady's body suddenly trembled, and she quickly shut her mouth. She was even more frightened in her heart. This was probably the first time she saw her grandfather so angry in front of her. I will ask your third uncle to take you back later. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of the family again. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhong ignored Qin Ru, whose face was pale at this moment. He suddenly turned around and faced the crowd in the restaurant. He took a deep breath, cupped his fist, and said in a deep voice, "Just now, my granddaughter disturbed everyone. I apologize on her behalf." When the crowd in the store saw this, they hurriedly waved their hands and dropped the matter. Making a half-step emperor apologize to them truly caused them to feel overwhelmed by the unexpected favor they were receiving from a superior. After that, another person quickly rushed over from the sky. Qin Zhong looked up with a stern look in his muddy old eyes. When the figure landed and saw Qin Zhong's serious face, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He first bowed respectfully to Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Take this girl back and hand her over to her father. Ask him to take good care of her. As for the rest, I will find him after I go back." The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded when he heard this. He glanced at Qin Ru from the corner of his eyes. His old eyes involuntarily contained some surprise. Just who was this person who could cause the ancestor, Qin Zhong, who had always doted on Qin Ru, to be so furious? His heart involuntarily shivered when his eyes landed on Xiao Yang on the other side. Even with his current 9-star Do Shun cultivation, he was actually unable to see through the strength of this black-robed young man in front of him. In his impression, other than an expert who had stepped into the half-emperor class, there was no one who could hide their cultivation in front of him. This seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him was actually a half-emperor class expert. The middle-aged man immediately came to an understanding when he thought of this. No wonder the ancestor thinks so highly of him. This time around, it was likely that his little princess was going to suffer. With Qin Zhong in front, even though Qin Ru still felt wronged in her heart, she could only helplessly be brought away by the middle-aged man in front of her. At this moment, regardless of how spoiled she was, she understood in her heart that she had indeed angered her grandfather today. Xiao Yang finally sighed softly and shook his head after the middle-aged man left with Qin Ru. He withdrew his gaze and exchanged glances with Qin Zhong. After which, he glanced at the restaurant behind him. The latter also helplessly shook his head. Xiao Yang sighed softly and helplessly said, "Let's go. It is really not easy to sit quietly for a while." Once he finished speaking, he took the lead and swiftly flew out of the savage ancient city. Behind him, Qin Zhong once again looked in the direction that the middle-aged man had left with Qin Ru. He helplessly sighed bitterly. His body moved and he swiftly followed, leaving behind a group of frightened dozongs and dozuns in the restaurant. However, no one knew that after Xiao Yang and Qin Zhong left the savage ancient city one after another human figure quietly followed them. That person's dark black eyes flickered as he watched the two of them from a distance. Chapter 346. Outside Wild City, on an uninhabited mountain peak, two figures were slowly descending from the void. As soon as he landed, Xiao Yang pulled off the mask covering his face. No matter what, the feeling of being covered by something was still uncomfortable, as if he was being forcibly bound. It was Xiao Yang's nature to be so free at this moment. Phew, after exhaling a long breath, Xiao Yang turned around and looked at Qin Zhong behind him. "Haha, brother Qin, it's been a long time." As soon as Qin Zhong raised his eyes, he saw Xiao Yang's familiar face. Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled. Qin Zhong's old eyes were slightly moist. Since the news of Xiao Yang's return reached his ears, his heart had never been calm again. "Alas. I'm really sorry about what happened just now. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. That's why she was so rampant." After coming back to his senses, Qin Zhong recalled what had happened just now and could not help but feel a little melancholy in his heart. Haha, this is normal. She's just a child. It's always normal to have some vanity and superiority. Xiao Yang smiled when he heard this, shook his head helplessly, and then sighed in a low voice. "However, after all, she grew up under the care of elders like you. Although her cultivation talent is good, It's also because of your so-called care that her life is too flat. When Xiao Yang said this, Qin Zhong had to lower his head slightly with a heavy expression. Xiao Yang's words were not pleasant to hear, but every word was true. Compared to some people's superficial flattery, this could be regarded as caring. Her strength is not bad among her peers, but if she faces a real battle alone, even if it's an expert of the same level, she is definitely no match for him. I don't need to say more about this, you should understand. Xiao Yang stared at Qin Zhong in front of him, frowning and saying in a deep voice. He did not want his friends to get into trouble again for various reasons after he left. That was the last thing Xiao Yang wanted to see. Therefore, even if the words were not pleasant to hear, he still had to say them. Xiao Yang finally ceased speaking when he spoke until this point. It was pointless to speak more. He had coincidentally grasped this limit. It would not cause Qin Zhong's heart to feel too embarrassed, but it would also not be to the extent that speaking too little would be ineffective. When Qin Zhong heard Xiao Yang's words, he was very grateful to Xiao Yang in his heart, especially when he recalled that Xiao Yang had asked him to apologize to the people in the restaurant with a firm gaze. If it was someone else, even if he had a good relationship with Xiao Yang, he would naturally not be able to lower his status and face to apologize to a group of people who he regarded as ants. However, the key was that the person who asked him to do so was Xiao Yang. How could Qin Zhong not know that the reason why Xiao Yang's attitude was so firm before seemed to be to ask Qin Zhong to apologize to those people, but in fact, this apology should be said by Qin Ru. However, she did not notice it at all. It was a long while later before Qin Zhong finally raised his head. He inhaled a deep breath of air and a glint flashed across his turbid old eyes. He smiled, cupped his hands together, and thanked Xiao Yang. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. His old face once again recovered a serious expression. He frowned slightly before opening his mouth to ask Xiao Yang. Brother Yang Xiao, may I know why you called this old man out this time? Back to the topic, Xiao Yang also quickly withdrew other thoughts. He nodded and said with a frown, to be honest, Brother Qin Zhong, I have already decided to leave the wilderness the day after tomorrow and go to the western region. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the expression on Qin Zhong's face could not help but be slightly startled. Then, he recovered and a hint of surprise appeared in his old eyes. So soon, are you ready to leave? Xiao Yang nodded and said with a chuckle, haha, I have not been in the ancient city for a long time. Haha, actually, I have stayed in the ancient wildlands for quite some time. My original plan was to leave the ancient wildlands after I got out of the void lightning pool. Now, it seems like my plan has come to fruition. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Qin Zhong knew that Xiao Yang had made up his mind. Therefore, he did not say any more nonsense. He cupped his hands and smiled at Xiao Yang. In that case, this old man can only wish you a safe journey. Although the western region is not as good as the southern region, we are only at the southwest border after all. Compared to some cities in the western region, it is still much worse. When you go, you must be extremely careful. Xiao Yang also nodded and cupped his hands at Qin Zhong with a smile. Then, Qin Zhong seemed to have thought of something and asked Xiao Yang again, oh right. That's right. Brother Yang Xiao, you can't have called me out this time just to tell me that you're leaving, right? Xiao Yang once again smiled. His eyes stared at Qin Zhong as he laughed. Brother Qin Zhong is the only one who knows me. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, the two of them burst out laughing in unison. After a long while, Xiao Yang gradually withdrew his smile and said to Qin Zhong in a deep voice, Brother Qin Zhong, you still remember the void lightning pool? Brother Qin, do you remember that 2 years ago, before we entered the void lightning pool, I told you that I have a favor to ask of you after we leave the void lightning pool? Qin Zhong nodded. He had never dared to forget this matter because he firmly believed that Xiao Yang would definitely return. It seemed that his persistence had finally paid off. Haha, Brother Yang Xiao, if you need help with anything, just say it. I have been waiting for you to beg me for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Qin Zhong half-jokingly teased Xiao Yang. Indeed, he had been waiting for the day when Xiao Yang would return for a long time. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. After a moment of hesitation, he said to Qin Zhong, Brother Qin Zhong, I want to ask you to help me take care of a family. Qin Zhong involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He did not think that the clan behind Xiao Yang would be weak given Xiao Yang's strength. Hence, the clan that Xiao Yang had asked him to take care of likely had a special relationship with Xiao Yang. Brother Yang Xiao, just say it. As long as brother speaks, I will definitely ensure the safety of this family. Seeing this, Xiao Yang immediately cupped his hands and smiled at Qin Zhong, saying, in that case, I will thank brother here first. In fact, this family is not very big. It is also a family in a small city on the southwest border. The family's surname is Liu, and the patriarch's name is Liu Huabai. I only hope that brother can find time to send someone to take care of it after I leave. At that time, as long as you send someone to call my name, they will know. After saying this, Xiao Yang told the latter about the general situation of the Liu family. Qin Zhong also nodded continuously. Obviously, he really cared about Xiao Yang's request. Haha, good. This old man will remember the Liu family of Qingyang City. It's just a family. Brother Yang Xiao, don't worry. This old man promises that no matter what you give it to me now, when you return, it will only be more prosperous than before. It will definitely not disappoint you. Then, it's all up to brother Qin Zhong. Ha 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 ha. A few loud laughs sounded. The stone in Xiao Yang's heart finally slowly fell at this moment. The two of them chatted and laughed with each other for a while, then they didn't stay any longer. They both stood up, and the two figures moved and quickly disappeared from the mountain top. A moment after the two human figures left, a human figure finally flashed and appeared from an inconspicuous thicket in the surrounding mountain range. He looked in the direction that Xiao Yang had left in and pondered for a moment. After which, his body moved and he swiftly flew away. Chapter 347. Boom. With a violent bang, in the ginseng spiritual world, a vast open space in the forest suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, a greenish-gold cauldron that was 30 feet tall stood majestically in front of the few people in the field. It was like a small mountain. The tall cauldron cast a huge shadow under the reflection of the sunlight. It completely swallowed the few people's shadows. The sudden darkness, coupled with the reflection of the sunlight, caused Elder Luo and the other two people to squint within a few seconds. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the huge object that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a few breaths, when the three of them looked over, they saw a huge cauldron standing in front of them. When the three of them saw this, their eyes could not help but become serious. Luo Jin's eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He had seen the cauldron in front of him before, but he did not mention it to Elder Luo. He did not know why Xiao Yang took it out at this moment. Seeing the huge cauldron in front of them, Elder Luo and Qing Mu could not help but be secretly shocked. They looked at each other. When Elder Luo and Qing Mu saw the cauldron in front of them clearly, a shocked expression immediately appeared on their old faces. Although Elder Luo was a weapon refiner and usually only knew how to refine some weapons, he had also dabbled in the aspect of refining cauldrons. Although the two cauldrons had different attributes, their refining methods were similar. Moreover, weapon refiners were able to comprehend some new things, especially when it came to items that had special refining methods. At this moment, Elder Luo immediately recognized the cauldron in front of him with a glance. The cauldron in front of him was the cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list. Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. This is the second on the heavenly tripod list, the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron. Looking at the huge cauldron in front of them, which was like a small mountain, Elder Luo and Qing Mu were extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, which was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, would actually appear in Xiao Yang's hands. If this news were to spread, the trouble that Xiao Yang would face in the future would be more than 10 times more difficult than it was now. Thinking of this, the two old men's faces immediately revealed a dignified expression. The heavenly tripod list. Putting aside the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron's ranking, just the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list were things that all alchemists in the continent yearned for. In the hearts of alchemists, the weight of the heavenly tripod list was not much less than the heavenly flame list. In the hearts of some alchemists, the The value of the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list was not lower than the value of the heavenly flame. For the medicinal cauldrons on the heavenly tripod list, some alchemists could not find even one cauldron in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang, at such a young age, actually had such a shocking treasure. Kid, this thing has been extinct on the continent for who knows how many years. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands today. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old Luo's gaze was solemn as he looked at Xiao Yang. His tone was solemn as he spoke. His words contained a warning to Xiao Yang. Although the Luotian Divine Cauldron was the supreme medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly tripod list, it was also because of this that it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yang. Once the news that Xiao Yang possessed the Luotian Divine Cauldron spread, all the alchemists in the continent would be shocked. After all, the heavenly tripod list was not just a joke. After hearing Elder Luo's words, Xiao Yang nodded his head with a solemn expression. How could he not know about this? An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since he already possessed the Luotian Divine Cauldron, naturally, he had already thought of the worst possible outcome. However, he was not worried. At the very least, he was confident that he could keep the medicinal cauldron in his hands for a period of time. Since the medicinal cauldron was already in his hands, Xiao Yang would not give it up so easily. Seeing the solemn expression on Xiao Yang's face, Elder Luo could not help but nod his head. He frowned slightly and warned Xiao Yang, "Remember, try not to take this thing out in the future. Once it is discovered, you will be in trouble." Xiao Yang nodded his head again. He knew the logic behind this. Before he had the strength to protect the Luotian Divine Cauldron, he could only hide it in his storage ring. After reminding him again, Elder Luo focused his attention on the Luotian Divine Cauldron in front of him. He had only taken a rough look at it earlier, so he did not see the medicinal cauldron in front of him very clearly. When Elder Luo looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him carefully, he immediately discovered some clues. Hiss! Elder Luo's eyes focused and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Under Elder Luo's careful observation, the Luotian Divine Cauldron in front of him was actually covered in cracks. For a medicinal cauldron, this was close to being scrap. Moreover, the medicinal cauldron in front of him was the Luotian Divine Cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. What? What is going on? Why did the Luotian Divine Cauldron become like this? As the voice that contained incomparable surprise sounded, his turbid old eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yang. At the same time, Luo Jin and Qing Mu by the side also shifted their gazes away from the medicinal cauldron and turned to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang could only spread his hands helplessly. Then, he told the three of them about the damage to the medicinal cauldron. After Xiao Yang finished his narration, the three of them finally understood the reason for the damage to the Luotian Divine Cauldron. Elder Luo also nodded his head in pity. It was hard to imagine that the Luotian Divine Cauldron, ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, would be injured to such an extent by King Yuan. However, Elder Luo also knew that a medicinal cauldron like this could be integrated with its owner. The most important thing about its quality was its owner. If the owner was strong enough, not to mention King Yuan, even the Origin Emperor and Origin Sect would not be able to destroy it. On the contrary, if the owner was weak, like the previous owner, Ju Tong, who did not have enough strength and had to use the Luotian Divine Cauldron as a shield to withstand the full force attack of a King Yuan, the outcome would naturally not be good. From the looks of it, the reason why the Luotian Divine Cauldron was still in its original state and most of its structure was intact was largely due to Ju Tong's strength. Old Luo walked forward and used his shriveled hand to gently rub the tiny, densely packed crack lines on the medicinal cauldron. Finally, his shriveled finger paused on the blade scar that had already scattered the blade aura. Old Luo frowned intently. His gaze looked at Xiao Yang as he slowly opened his mouth with a solemn tone. "Kid, you have found a difficult problem for me this time." Chapter 348. Boom. With a violent bang, in the ginseng spiritual world, a vast open space in the forest suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, a greenish-gold cauldron that was 30 feet tall stood majestically in front of the few people in the field. It was like a small mountain. The tall cauldron cast a huge shadow under the reflection of the sunlight, completely swallowing the few people's shadows. The sudden darkness, in addition to the reflection of the sunlight, caused Elder Luo and the other two people to squint within a few seconds. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at the huge object that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a few breaths, when the three of them focused their gazes, they saw a huge cauldron standing in front of them. When the three of them saw this, their eyes could not help but become serious. Luo Jin's eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He had seen the cauldron in front of him before, but he did not mention it to Elder Luo. He did not know what Xiao Yang intended to do by taking it out at this moment. Seeing the huge cauldron in front of them, Elder Luo and Qing Mu could not help but be secretly shocked. They looked at each other. When Elder Luo and Qing Mu saw the cauldron in front of them clearly, a shocked expression appeared on their old faces. Although Elder Luo was a blacksmith, he usually only knew how to refine some weapons. However, he had also dabbled in refining cauldrons. Although the two cauldrons had different attributes, their refining methods were similar. Moreover, blacksmiths were able to comprehend some new things, especially when it came to items that were refined with special techniques. At this moment, Elder Luo recognized the cauldron in front of him with a glance. The cauldron in front of him was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron list. Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron. This is the second on the Heavenly Cauldron list, the Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron. Looking at the huge cauldron in front of them, which was like a small mountain, Elder Luo and Qing Mu were extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian Sacred Cauldron, which was ranked second on the Heavenly Cauldron list, would actually appear in Xiao Yang's hands. If this news were to spread, the trouble that Xiao Yang would face in the future would be more than 10 times more difficult than it was now. Thinking of this, the two old men's faces immediately revealed a dignified expression. The Heavenly Tripod List. Putting aside the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron's ranking, just the medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Tripod List were things that all alchemists in the continent yearned for. In the hearts of alchemists, the weight of the Heavenly Tripod List was not much less than the Heavenly Flame List. In the hearts of some alchemists, the value of the medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Tripod List was not lower than the value of the Heavenly Flame. For the medicinal cauldrons on the Heavenly Tripod List, some alchemists could not find even one cauldron in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang, at such a young age, actually had such a shocking treasure. Kid, this thing has been extinct on the continent for who knows how many years. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands today. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old Luo's gaze was solemn as he looked at Xiao Yang. His tone was solemn as he spoke. His words contained a warning to Xiao Yang. Although the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron was the supreme medicinal cauldron that was ranked second on the Heavenly Tripod List, it was also because of this that it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yang. Once the news that Xiao Yang had the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron spread, all the alchemists in the continent would be shocked. After all, the Heavenly Tripod List was not just a joke. After hearing Elder Luo's words, Xiao Yang nodded his head with a solemn expression. How could he not know about this? An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Since he already had the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he had naturally thought of the worst possible outcome. However, he was not worried. At the very least, he was confident that he could keep the medicinal cauldron in his hands for a period of time. Since the medicinal cauldron was already in his hands, Xiao Yang would not give it up so easily. Seeing the solemn expression on Xiao Yang's face, Elder Luo could not help but nod his head. He frowned slightly and warned Xiao Yang, "Remember, try not to take this thing out in the future. Once it is discovered, you will be in trouble." Xiao Yang nodded his head again. He knew the logic behind this. Before he had the strength to protect the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron, he could only hide it in his storage ring. After reminding him again, Elder Luo focused his attention on the Luo Tian Divine Cauldron in front of him. He had only taken a rough look at it earlier, so he did not see the medicinal cauldron in front of him very clearly. When Elder Luo looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him carefully, he suddenly found some clues. Hiss! Elder Luo's eyes focused and he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. Under Elder Luo's careful observation, the Luo Tian divine cauldron in front of him was actually covered in cracks. For a medicinal cauldron, this was close to being scrap. Moreover, the medicinal cauldron in front of him was the Luo Tian divine cauldron that was ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list. What is going on? Why did the Luo Tian divine cauldron become like this? As the voice that contained incomparable surprise sounded, his turbid old eyes immediately looked at Xiao Yang. At the same time, Luo Jin and Qing Mu by the side also shifted their gazes away from the medicinal cauldron and turned to Xiao Yang. In response, Xiao Yang could only spread his hands helplessly. Then, he told the three people in front of him about the damage to the medicinal cauldron. After Xiao Yang finished his story, the three of them finally understood the reason for the damage to the Luo Tian divine cauldron. Elder Luo also nodded his head in pity. It was hard to imagine that the Luo Tian divine cauldron, ranked second on the heavenly cauldron list, would be injured to such an extent by King Yuan. However, Elder Luo also knew that a medicinal cauldron like this could be integrated with its owner. The most important thing about its quality was its owner. If the owner was strong enough, not to mention King Yuan, even the Origin Emperor and Origin Sect would not be able to destroy it. On the contrary, if the owner was weak, like the previous owner, Zhu Tong, who did not have enough strength and had to use the Luo Tian divine cauldron as a shield to withstand the full force attack of a King Yuan, the result would naturally not be good. From the looks of it, the reason why the Luo Tian divine cauldron was still in its original state and most of its structure was intact was largely due to Zhu Tong's strength. Old Luo walked forward and used his shriveled hand to gently rub the tiny, densely packed crack lines on the medicinal cauldron. Finally, his shriveled finger paused on the blade scar that had already scattered the blade aura. Old Luo frowned intently. His gaze looked at Xiao Yang as he slowly opened his mouth with a serious tone. "Kid, you have found a difficult problem for me this time." Chapter 349. In the ginseng spiritual world, Elder Luo was solemnly looking at the green gold cauldron in front of him. His turbid eyes revealed a deep solemnity. After a long while, Elder Luo slowly descended from the sky. He looked deeply at the cauldron in front of him again. After that, he turned to face Xiao Yang with a frown. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw old Luo reveal such an expression. His delicate and handsome eyebrows were involuntarily knit together. Could it be that even old Luo was unable to do anything about the seriously injured Luo Tianding? "Elder Luo, this cauldron," Xiao Yang asked tentatively. As he spoke, he could not help but clench his fists under his sleeves. His palms were sweating nervously. Seeing this, Elder Luo frowned. He slowly placed his hands behind his back. With his back facing Xiao Yang, he shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's nervous breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed some pity. Sigh, Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. He smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart. What a pity. The second on the heavenly cauldron list. It was actually destroyed by a King Yuan. What a waste. Xiao Yang was helpless. He had not expected that old Luo would be able to repair the Luo Tian cauldron after entering the ginseng spirit world this time around. It was unexpected that even old Luo had given such a disappointing answer. Xiao Yang waved his sleeves helplessly and was about to keep the Luo Tian cauldron, which had been declared to be useless, into his storage ring. No matter what, it was still a piece of heavenly sun green gold. Although it was a little damaged, Xiao Yang did not intend to throw it away. After all, the value of this item was not as simple as refining a cauldron. The value of a fist-sized piece of heavenly sun green gold was enough to move a Do Di. After all, the rarity of this metal was not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. Fortunately, the degree of damage to this cauldron is still within my expectations. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to keep the cauldron in his storage ring, Elder Luo turned around and looked at Xiao Yang with a mocking expression. As soon as Elder Luo finished speaking, Xiao Yang's face instantly froze. A moment later, a joyful smile appeared on his face, as though he had survived a disaster. After a long while, Xiao Yang looked at Elder Luo with a bitter smile and said, "Elder Luo, of course. Elder Luo. The Luo Tian cauldron list, and Elder Luo Tian cauldron. And Luo Tian cauldron list. Of Luo Tian cauldron. The second ranked Luo Tian Cauldron list of Luo Tian Cauldron. Would have been destroyed Luo because Luo Tian Luo. Cauldron. Elder Luo laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Yang's words. His shriveled hand gently stroked his beard as he looked at Xiao Yang with a mocking expression. Haha, brat, do you really think that the second place on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking is just for show? If you want to destroy the Luo Tian Cauldron with one strike, you need to be at least an origin emperor. Moreover, the previous owner of this cauldron was an expert of the same level as the owner of the Blade Aura. If you want to destroy the cauldron, you must first get rid of its owner. You have also said that this cauldron was taken from its previous owner. In other words, he was not truly dead before this and the cauldron cannot be completely damaged. This also gives the Luo Tian Cauldron the possibility of being repaired. Hope was reignited in Xiao Yang's heart when he heard Elder Luo's words. Since Elder Luo had said so, it was only a matter of time before the Luo Tian Cauldron was repaired. Although he did not know how long this wait would take, at the very least, Xiao Yang had a temporary basis in his heart. After a long while, Xiao Yang regained his senses. He looked at Elder Luo and asked with a smile, Elder Luo, do you know what materials are needed to repair the Luo Tian Cauldron this time? Old Luo laughed softly and shook his head in front of Xiao Yang's somewhat surprised gaze when he heard this. Brat, the Heavenly Sun Green Gold is not an ordinary material. It is just like your dark heavy buster sword. If you want to repair it, you can only rely on the Heavenly Sun Green Gold. The rarity of that material is not inferior to the meteorite mysterious iron. It is something that can only be found by chance. Xiao Yang nodded when he heard this. From a certain point of view, the rarity of the Sky Sun Green Gold was even rarer than the flame meteorite mysterious metal. This was something that could not be denied. Elder Luo took a deep breath when he saw Xiao Yang nodding his head. After which, he continued to speak. Therefore, I do not expect you to find the Heavenly Sun Green Gold. As long as you can control any kind of heavenly flame in the future, I guarantee that I will be able to repair the cauldron to more than 90%. After all, in this world, the only thing that can perfectly merge the Heavenly Sun Green Gold is a heavenly flame. Xiao Yang could not help but frown when he heard this. Based on Elder Luo's words, it seemed like even he did not have 100% confidence that he could completely repair the cauldron. Elder Luo, could it be that this Luo Tian Cauldron cannot be completely repaired? Xiao Yang frowned tightly. There was some worry in his voice. Elder Luo smiled and shook his head in response. He then explained to Xiao Yang, this is only because the heavenly flame is a heavenly flame. The reason why I say this is because I purely used the heavenly flame. Although the heavenly flame can heal all the cracks on the medicinal cauldron, there is one place that the heavenly flame cannot repair. After he finished speaking, Elder Luo's gaze turned to the blade mark on the cauldron. The blade aura had already dissipated. That small piece of Heavenly Sun Green Gold was forcefully cut off by the blade. If that small piece of Heavenly Sun Green Gold cannot be repaired, no matter what kind of heavenly flame is used to refine it, it will not be able to repair it to its peak. At this point, Xiao Yang understood in his heart. In the end, it was due to the lack of materials. Xiao Yang naturally did not need to worry about the heavenly flame. The only thing he was worried about was the Heavenly Sun Green Gold. After all, this material was too rare. If he was lucky, he might be able to find a piece in a short period of time. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to find a trace of it even if he searched the entire continent. Regardless, now that he had found a way to repair the Luo Tian Cauldron, Xiao Yang would not give up. In any case, he was not in a hurry to find the Heavenly Sun Green Gold. At the very most, he could slowly search for it in the future. What he needed now was a way to repair the Luo Tian Cauldron. After calming himself down, Xiao Yang's pitch-black eyes looked at Elder Luo. He cupped his hands and bowed to the latter with a smile. Rest assured, Elder Luo. I will definitely do my best to find the Heavenly Sun Green Gold and the Heavenly Flame. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Elder Luo to repair the Luo Tian Cauldron for me. Elder Luo lifted his gaze. His turbid old eyes saw the determination on Xiao Yang's face. A glint flashed across his deep eyes. After secretly praising him in his heart, Elder Luo laughed heartily and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, good. Based on your confidence, I will look forward to the day you find the heavenly flame and the heavenly sun green gold. At that time, I will naturally not be polite. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 350. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day that Xiao Yang and Luo Jin had agreed to leave. Early in the morning, the savage ancient city, which had been silent for an entire night, had once again become noisy. The bustling streets were filled with a surging tide of people. It was clearly a refreshing morning, but the air was filled with a stuffy and oppressive atmosphere. Alchemist Association. After a night of rest, Xiao Yang's condition had already reached his peak. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yang's spiritual strength or Do Qi control, it was undoubtedly much faster than usual. When Xiao Yang opened the door, his entire body was bathed in the first ray of sunlight of the new day. At the same time, he also discovered that Jiyu Li and Kai Lin were seated beside a stone table in the small courtyard outside the door. Clearly, they had been waiting for a long time. The two of them immediately stood up when they saw Xiao Yang come out. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth smiled as he walked forward and greeted the two of them. "Good morning to the two association heads. He, if I didn't come earlier, I would really be afraid that you would sneak away. Ha ha." Kai Lin chuckled as he spoke. Xiao Yang immediately felt helpless when he heard this. He laughed bitterly and quietly muttered in his heart, "Do I look like the kind of person who leaves without saying goodbye? Once you leave today, I don't know when we will meet again." Jiyu Li's gaze stared at Xiao Yang in front of him. The expression on his old face was somewhat disappointed. After all, he was facing someone with such outstanding alchemist skills. Regardless of which alchemist association he was placed in, it was likely that they would not be willing to let him leave. However, Jiyu Li also knew that Xiao Yang's future was far greater than they could imagine. A small place like the savage ancient city was really unable to keep him. Even if he stayed, it would only bury Xiao Yang. This was something that they were most unwilling to see. At times, letting him go was perhaps the best support and help to him. Xiao Yang was momentarily silent when he heard Jiyu Li's words. He also did not know about this. After all, based on the current situation, Xiao Yang was still completely unaware of the so-called four great ancient sects. He would probably have to trouble Luo Jin about this. With the influence of the Union Pavilion, it was likely that they had a good understanding of the four great ancient sects. Haha, alright, let's not talk too much. If we talk too much, we'll become like a sissy. Let's go, we'll send you over. I'm sure Mr. Luo is waiting anxiously. Kai Lin also sighed softly when he saw Xiao Yang and Kai Lin become quiet. Immediately, he opened his mouth and spoke to the two of them with a smile. When Jiyu Li heard Mr. Luo mentioned, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Mr. Luo was how they addressed the Hidden Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master, Luo Jin. This was to avoid exposing Luo Jin's identity unnecessarily. Now that Mr. Luo was mentioned, Jiyu Li remembered that he had been so focused on himself and the others that he had almost forgotten about Luo Jin. Immediately, Jiyu Li quickly regained his senses and hurriedly said, "Since that's the case, let's go over first. Mr. Luo should have already arrived. After all, we can't keep him waiting for us there." Once he finished speaking, Jiyu Li took the lead to turn around and swiftly flew in the direction of the northern part of the city. Behind him, Xiao Yang and Kai Lin exchanged glances and laughed softly. Immediately, they ceased hesitating. Their bodies moved and their feet stepped into the empty air. They swiftly caught up with Jiyu Li in front of them. The three of them swiftly flew side by side in the direction of the Mu Manor in the northern part of the city. In a short moment, the three of them had already arrived at the Mu Manor in the north of the city. As expected, Luo Jin and Elder Xian had already been waiting there for a long time. Qin Zhong was also present. As for Zhong Li, he had already recovered after 3 days, but he still couldn't move freely. After knowing that Xiao Yang was about to leave, although he wanted to send Xiao Yang off, he was stopped by Xiao Yang in the end. Now, he was still in the Alchemist Guild. At this moment, in the eyes of the three of them, in addition to Jiyu Li and Kai Lin, there was also a strong figure standing on the left side of Luo Jin. He was looking at Xiao Yang with a smile. This person was Qing Feng from the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Xiao Yang smiled. Today, all the major forces in the ancient city of Wildlands were gathered together. When they got close, the group of people looked at each other and smiled. Then, without any hesitation, the group of people moved and quickly flew towards the square outside the Mu Manor. There was an unwritten rule in the ancient city of Wildlands. Those who were below the strength of a half-emperor were not allowed to fly in the sky above the ancient city of Wildlands. At this moment, the group of people who were rushing over in a threatening manner immediately attracted a lot of attention from the city below. In the city below, everyone looked at Xiao Yang and the group in the sky with astonishment. Especially when someone recognized Xiao Yang, the expression in everyone's eyes suddenly became aghast. The group of 7 people were all half-emperors. At this moment, the direction they were rushing towards was the Mu Manor in the north of the city. That's Yang Xiao. Could it be that he is going to find trouble with Mu Han again? Various guesses immediately surfaced in everyone's hearts when they saw this frightening scene in the sky. Almost everyone thought that Xiao Yang had unleashed this formation to deal with Mu Han. After the scene in the sky was seen by everyone in the city, the ancient city of Wildlands suddenly became lively in a short period of time. In less than 3 days, the news that Yang Xiao had gathered a group of half-emperors and was preparing to encircle and annihilate Mu Han immediately spread throughout the ancient city of Wildlands as if it had grown wings. Instantly, countless people were in an uproar. This was truly one wave after another. In less than 3 days, Yang Xiao had actually gathered a group of half-emperors once again and showed off his ability as he pointed his sword at Mu Han in the north of the city. After today, there would no longer be a person called Mu Han in the ancient city of Wildlands. There were a total of 7 half-emperors in this group. Moreover, under the investigation of some half-emperors in the city, besides Xiao Yang and Qin Zhong, there were already 4 8-star half-emperors in this group of 7. As for the robust young man among them, his strength was even more unfathomable. This caused the half-emperors in the city to be incomparably shocked. To be able to cause them to be unable to determine the exact strength of a person, that person's strength was at least that of a 9-star half-emperor. In other words, this robust young man was actually even more frightening than Xiao Yang. He was a 9-star half-emperor. In this way, in addition to the 2 half-emperors in Xiao Yang's body, there were actually 4 8-star half-emperors and 3 9-star half-emperors in Xiao Yang's group of 7 in the sky. Furthermore, there was a person with heaven-defying strength like Xiao Yang. This scene was extremely frightening. Such a formation was sufficient to sweep away any power in the ancient city of Wildland. However, even so, their target today was Mu Han in the north of the city. TSK, it would appear that Mu Han will not be able to escape death today. Who would have thought that this Yang Xiao would actually have such great ability to invite so many half-emperors? TSK, luckily we didn't clash with him back then. Immediately, the half-emperors of the various powers in the city all exclaimed in their hearts. The strength that Xiao Yang had displayed was already not something that they could compare to. Right now, the only thing that they could think of was to interact with Xiao Yang more after this and try their best to befriend Xiao Yang. After all, no matter what, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Chapter 351. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang's group had already arrived outside of the Muzhuang in the northern part of the city while everyone in the ancient city was still in shock due to Xiao Yang's group. The square, which was originally filled with people, appeared empty at this moment. At the periphery of the square, the scene from 3 days ago was repeated once again. Countless people crowded around this place. Numerous gazes stared at Xiao Yang's group, who had landed in the middle of the square. It was as if they were waiting for a good show to start. Xiao Yang's group slowly landed in the middle of the square. Their gazes swept across the crowd around the square and involuntarily frowned. Luo Jin's eyebrows twitched slightly as if he had thought of something. He turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Yang. His tone was filled with ridicule as he laughed. Haha, brother Yang Xiao, looks like your departure is really a big deal to the people of the wilderness. So many people have gathered here to respectfully send you off. I'm afraid that only old Luo alone has such faith in this ancient city. Ha 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 ha. The few people beside him also laughed in agreement after these words were spoken. Even though they knew the reason in their hearts, no one was willing to say anything. Xiao Yang helplessly smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He could imagine that he would be repeatedly discussed over 1,000 times just by walking such a short distance. If he continued to stay, he really did not know if he would be able to come out and meet anyone. Why do you have such a miserable expression after being sent off by so many people? You should know that I have not received such treatment even if I wanted it. Luo Jin once again ridiculed Xiao Yang when he saw him shake his head and sigh. This caused the surrounding people to laugh unceasingly. At the same time, it also caused Xiao Yang to roll his eyes. Since you want this kind of treatment, isn't it simple? You just have to announce your identity in front of everyone. I think even that old ghost Mu Han will have to be respectful to you. Luo Jing curled her lips when she heard this and remained silent. Jiu Li and Kai Lin stared at Luo Jin secretly. Their turbid eyes flickered with a bright light. On the other hand, Qin Zhong stared at the people in front of him with a frown, his heart full of suspicion. Among the 7 of them, he was the only one who did not know Luo Jin's identity. While the few of them were chatting, the main door of the Muzhuang was once again opened. Immediately, an old man who walked with a limp slowly walked out. His gaze was solemn as he eyed Xiao Yang's 7-man group in the middle of the open ground. This person was Mu Han. With Mu Han's appearance, the atmosphere instantly became tense. It was as if a great battle was about to happen. It was as if a storm was about to come. Following Mu Han's appearance, the crowd outside the square involuntarily began to whisper to each other. Their eyes contained some pity as they looked at Mu Han. After all, no matter what, he was once one of the 2 overlords of the wastelands. His past glory was something that few people in the alliance could match. The fact that he was able to reach such a level in terms of formations and cultivation was enough to prove his achievements. However, it was a pity that all of his glorious achievements were reduced to worthlessness in front of this young junior. His lifetime of fame and fortune was like a straw dog under Yang Xiao's glory. After the battle 3 days ago, Mu Han's face still looked pale. His originally deep eyes were now grayish-white and the aura around his body was no longer the same as before. Mu Han's right hand was holding onto a walking stick. No one supported him and he was not willing to be supported by anyone. Because of this, he had already killed many people in the manor. Although the current Mu Zhuang still appeared to be glorious on the surface, in reality, the people inside had all either died or escaped. Mu Han was wearing plain clothes and his original glory was no longer present. If one were to take a closer look, his left shoulder, where his left arm used to be, was now empty. Seeing this scene, the crowd outside the square involuntarily exclaimed. The Mu Han in front of them had actually become a one-armed old man. Even so, no one dared to underestimate him. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, Mu Han had not reached that level. Although his aura was weak, everyone knew that if it was not for Xiao Yang's group, everyone present would not be a match for him even if they all attacked together. Both of Mu Han's eyes focused on Xiao Yang's group in the middle of the square. His grayish-white eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. Although his expression was calm, there was an endless amount of hatred and murderous intent surging deep within his eyes. May I know why the few of you are here? Mu Han's expression was calm as he stared at Xiao Yang in front of him and asked with an indifferent tone. His indifferent tone did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. Not the slightest change could be seen on his aged face. It was as if he was facing a group of people he had never met before. He appeared abnormally calm. However, the instant these words were spoken, the crowd outside the square could feel that the atmosphere in this place had become increasingly heavy. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests. This caused the breathing of the crowd outside the square to involuntarily become hurried. Sensing the change in their surroundings, Xiao Yang and the others could not help but frown. This strange atmosphere had actually affected them. Humph. Trying to mystify things. Kai Lin possessed an irritable temperament to begin with. Now that he was being pressured by this strange aura, the anger in his heart immediately exploded. He immediately shouted and took half a step forward. The aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately swept forth. At the same time, The strange atmosphere that was pressing down on everyone's chests was also broken. The strange atmosphere was instantly broken. However, Mu Han was indifferent to this. His gaze was indifferent as he glanced at Kai Lin. It was as if he was an old man past his prime. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin and Jiyu Li. After a while, Xiao Yang looked at Mu Han and said with an indifferent tone, "Mu Han, we are not here to seek trouble. Teacher Mu, we're not here to cause trouble for you today. We only wish to borrow your teleportation formation." After Xiao Yang's words sounded, a slight ripple involuntarily appeared on Mu Han's originally calm face. The Xiao Yang before him had seriously injured him 3 days ago and even cut off one of his arms. It had only been 3 days and he actually dared to come over and ask for his help. Faced with such a dramatic scene, Mu Han could not help but want to ridicule him. However, the current Mu Han was not in the mood to do so. His grey eyes that were staring at Xiao Yang were still as calm as an ancient well. At the very least, on the surface, the current Mu Han was like a retired person who did not know about the affairs of the world. After a while, under the various gazes of the crowd outside the square, Mu Han slowly opened his mouth. Ha! A soft laugh with an unknown meaning caused Xiao Yang's expression to change slightly. His eyes narrowed and a cold glint flickered as he stared at Mu Han. The latter seemed to be completely unaware as he looked back at him. The air contained an invisible pressure that caused the expressions of the crowd outside the square to involuntarily change. Under that invisible pressure, their breathing had once again become a little hurried. The old me is currently unable to support this formation with only one arm. I no longer have the strength to follow this formation. You should find someone else. Mu Han's expression was indifferent as he slowly opened his mouth to speak one word at a time. After his voice sounded, his weak body used the walking stick in his hand to slowly turn around and withdraw into the Mu manner. Xiao Yang's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. Kai Lin, who was behind him, once again let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeves and a dochi pillar shot toward Mu Han. At the same time, he let out a cold cry from his mouth. Mu Han, according to what the old me knows, the formation relies on spiritual strength. You are clearly purposely making things difficult for him. As Kai Lin's angry rebuke escaped from his mouth, Mu Han, who had just turned around, suddenly paused his footsteps. The 5 fingers of his right hand, which was holding the walking stick, tightly gripped the mysterious metal walking stick in his hand. The walking stick pressed against the ground and instantly turned the green stone floor beside Mu Han's feet into a pile of powder. Bang! At the same time, a bang sound suddenly appeared behind Mu Han. The dochi pillar that Kai Lin had shot out had actually exploded in the air. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Xiao Yang and the others in the square involuntarily changed. From the looks of the attack just now, Mu Han's spiritual strength was clearly much stronger than it was 3 days ago. His spiritual strength at the consolidation stage was likely close to the advanced stage of the consolidation stage. From the looks of it, Mu Han should have entered an ethereal state during these 3 days after being seriously injured by Xiao Yang. This was why his spiritual strength was able to obtain such a large increase in such a short period of time. Xiao Yang was silent in this regard. He did not know if this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Chapter 352. Mu Han's expression was as dark and solemn as water after the dochi pillar exploded out of nowhere. His face was dense as he stared at Xiao Yang's group. His skinny body actually trembled a little. This caused both of his eyes to be filled with a scarlet color. His mouth involuntarily laughed out of extreme anger as he said, "Don't worry. I am making things difficult. You say that the old me is purposely making things difficult for you? Ha 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 ha." Mu Han's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang's group in front of him. His gloomy face immediately became distorted. The eyes that he used to stare at Xiao Yang's group were filled with an endless brutal killing intent. At the same time, his mouth once again reprimanded in a ruthless manner, "What? You broke an arm of the old me 3 days ago. Do you expect the old me to greet you with a smiling face 3 days later? You say that the old me is making things difficult for you. In that case, what does the broken arm of the old me count as?" Mu Han roared wildly and furiously. His voice also became increasingly louder from its initial low and deep state until it became hoarse. However, he continued to roar in a ruthless manner. If it was possible, he wished that he could use this furious roar to kill the 7 people in front of him. At this moment, he would involuntarily feel a murderous intent in his heart toward anyone who was related to Xiao Yang. Even though he had never met Xiao Yang, the murderous intent in Mu Han's heart had only increased. Xiao Yang's expression was indifferent in the face of Mu Han's crazy roar. The reason why Mu Han had lost an arm was because he had brought it upon himself. A dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would be infuriated. Xiao Yang's reverse scale was all those who were loyal to him. Xiao Yang would not hesitate to kill anyone who dared to touch one of them. From the way he saw it, Mu Han not dying was already his final concession. If Luo Jin had not intervened, he would not have been able to live until today. Ha ha, Teacher Mu, I think that you should rejoice. Losing an arm is at least better than losing your life. Suddenly, a soft laugh was emitted. Luo Jin slowly flew forward from behind Xiao Yang and stood in front of Xiao Yang. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at Mu Han with a smile and laughed. Mu Han's old eyes immediately narrowed when he saw Luo Jin. After carefully observing the former, Mu Han opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "You are that brat from 3 days ago?" Luo Jin laughed in a non-committal manner when he heard this and said, "Ku, if it was not for me, you would not have lost an arm. You would have lost your old life as well." Mu Han frowned. But if it was not for this young man in front of him, it was likely that Luo Jin would have been killed by Xiao Yang 3 days. If it was not this young man in front of him. If it was not for this young man in front of him, Luo Jin would have been killed by Xiao Yang 3 days ago. When he thought about how Xiao Yang was unable to suppress his berserk state 3 days ago but was forcefully suppressed by this young man in front of him, Mu Han no longer dared to underestimate this young man in front of him. Being able to forcefully pull back a person like Xiao Yang from his berserk state was not something that an ordinary person could do. "Who are you?" Mu Han did not know if it was because Luo Jin had saved his life 3 days ago or because he was afraid of Luo Jin, but when he spoke, his tone subconsciously became much gentler. In the next moment, following a clear snap of his fingers, Luo Jin looked at Mu Han with a smile on his face. He lifted his chin slightly and paused for a moment. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he laughed softly and said, "Cuckoo, this is a good question." Once these words were spoken, the entire place was filled with gasps. Jiu Li and the others could not help but laugh out loud. They did not expect that Luo Jin would not forget to entertain himself at such a time. "I am Luo Jin. Perhaps you have not heard of this name before. However, I have another identity. I believe that Teacher Mu should be very familiar with this name." Luo Jin looked at Mu Han with a smile on his face. It was as if he was intentionally waiting for the other party to ask the question. When he saw Luo Jin's appearance, Mu Han could not help but feel a little astonished. Even if this young man in front of him was not an ordinary person, his actions were a little too arrogant. However, after a long while, under the gazes of countless people, Mu Han stared at Luo Jin with a trace of doubt in his heart and asked the latter, "Tell me, what is your other identity?" When he heard this, Luo Jin grinned. His gaze once again swept across the entire place. A moment later, under the somewhat impatient gazes of the crowd, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "My other identity is the Pavilion Master of the Union Pavilion." Before he finished speaking, in the next moment, without waiting for the crowd outside the arena to recover, Luo Jin placed one of his hands behind his back and waved his right hand. At the same time, a clear sound of jade bones colliding sounded. A white jade fan appeared in Luo Jin's hand. When the jade fan appeared, the Pavilion Master appeared. Silence. The instant these words were emitted, the bodies of everyone present, with the exception of Xiao Yang and a few others who were aware of Luo Jin's identity, suddenly stiffened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared intently at Luo Jin, who was holding the jade fan in his hand. Union Pavilion, jade fan. How is this possible? After a long while, Mu Han seemed to have been frightened by something as he exclaimed in a ruthless voice. A pair of dim eyes stared intently at Luo Jin. His heart was filled with disbelief. The corners of Luo Jin's mouth curled into a cold smile. He stared mockingly at Mu Han and sneered, "Heh, why? You don't believe me? Impossible. The pavilion master of the Union Pavilion has already broken through to the Do Di class. You are only an 8-star half-martial emperor. It is impossible for you to be the pavilion master of the Union Pavilion." Mu Han's face was ferocious as he frantically retorted. He had once probed the aura of the Union Pavilion's pavilion master. That kind of terrifying aura was definitely an existence that had surpassed the Do Di class. The Luo Jin in front of him was merely an 8-star half-martial emperor. His strength was much weaker than his. It was impossible for him to be the pavilion master of the Union Pavilion. Haha, there is nothing impossible about this. Teacher Mu, the person in front of you is indeed the pavilion master of the Union Pavilion. He is the true person in charge of the Union Pavilion. Just as Mu Han was continuously retorting, Elder Xian walked forward from behind Xiao Yang and the others. His gaze focused on Mu Han as he spoke with a faint smile. But the old me clearly probed the strength of the Union Pavilion's pavilion master back then. There is no need to doubt it. The person you probed back then could only be a pavilion guardian elder of the Union Pavilion. Just because his strength is stronger than yours, you assumed that he is the pavilion master of the Union Pavilion. Haha, I must say that Teacher Mu, you have really stayed in this ancient wildland city for your entire life. Your thoughts are actually so pedantic. Do you really think that the person in charge of any faction must be an old man? Hearing this, Mu Han's old face twitched in anger. Luo Jin did not care about this. He coldly laughed and spoke with a calm tone. Teacher Mu, I wonder if this pavilion master can borrow your teleportation formation? Hearing this, Mu Han's body could not help but tremble violently. It was only after a long while that he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He forced a stiff smile on his face and spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Your pavilion master must be joking. The pavilion master has saved this old man's life. This old man must use all his strength to activate the teleportation formation. The corner of Luo Jin's mouth slowly lifted into a satisfied arc when he heard these words. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Mu Han's old eyes narrowed. Those cold words were once again emitted from his mouth. The smile that had just appeared on Luo Jin's face also disappeared. Chapter 353. However, this formation can only be used by your pavilion master alone. Now that this old man has lost an arm, it will be difficult for him to teleport many people at once. Please find someone else for the rest of the people. Luo Jin's expression turned ugly after he finished speaking. He did not expect that Mu Han would not change his mind even in such a situation. Teacher Mu, by doing this, where is this pavilion master's meeting? Everyone in the ancient wildland city knows that you are able to teleport 100 people at once. However, what you are saying now is a little too far-fetched. Luo Jin frowned and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Mu Han. He waved his right hand and closed the jade fan in his hand. His expression was a little ugly. This old man is powerless. I hope Pavilion Master can forgive me. If Pavilion Master feels that this old man has neglected you, then Pavilion Master can turn around and leave. Although this old man is now a cripple, as long as Pavilion Master doesn't mind, this old man doesn't mind seeing Pavilion Master off. Facing Luo Jin's deep voice, Mu Han appeared to be indifferent. Luo Jin involuntarily knit his brows tightly when he saw this. He did not expect that even him, the pavilion chief of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, was unable to get Mu Han to obediently submit. From the looks of it, this Mu Han in front of him really hated Xiao Yang to the bones. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound of rushing wind rang out. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly. The moment he lifted his eyes, he saw that the North King had already charged toward Mu Han. Humph, it is useless to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Since he is unwilling, I will just kill him. The moment Xiao Yang's cold cry sounded, the Northern King's metal fist violently smashed toward Mu Han. Bang! However, in the next moment, the North King's iron fist stopped 1 meter away from Mu Han's body with a loud thud. A formless and terrifying spiritual energy condensed into a spiritual shield in front of Mu Han and blocked the North King's fist. At the same time, The frightening soul suppression caused the North King's body to sink slightly. Under the frightening soul suppression, even the North King's movements became much slower. When Xiao Yang saw this scene, he could not help but frown slightly. He was slightly surprised. The increase in Mu Han's spiritual strength this time around was much stronger than he had imagined. An advanced consolidation stage spiritual strength was sufficient for Mu Han to no longer fear the Northern King. It was no wonder. Although he appeared calm today, his words were filled with an unyielding attitude. "H, do you really think that the scene from 3 days ago will repeat itself, Yang Xiao?" Mu Han slowly turned around. His sinister eyes stared at Xiao Yang. His expression was calm, but his tone had changed. It had suddenly become much more sinister. After Mu Han's voice sounded, surging spiritual strength surged out from between his brows. With Mu Han as the center, it formed a huge spiritual storm that swept out in all directions. The North King, who bore the brunt of the spiritual storm, was sent flying by the terrifying spiritual strength when the spiritual storm swept out. The expression on Xiao Yang's face gradually became solemn. An advanced unity stage soul. With just this, it was likely that Mu Han would be able to contend with an ordinary 9-star band DI without being at a disadvantage. Moreover, Mu Han's strength was that of a 9-star band DI. As such, even if the North King and Xiao Jin attacked together, it would be difficult to deal with Mu Han. Although he had some misgivings, Xiao Yang could not help but want to give it a try. After all, even if Mu Han's spiritual strength had reached the advanced consolidation stage, he was still a 9-star half-emperor. Xiao Yang did not believe that 2 9-star half-emperors would be afraid of him. It's not up to you to decide whether history will repeat itself. You'd better ask them if they agree to it. Xiao Yang acted as soon as he thought of this. He immediately let out a stern cry and suddenly waved his sleeves. A golden-colored dazzling light shot out and charged toward Mu Han. At the same time, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, also moved. The two of them turned into 2 rays of light that carried a frightening wind as they charged toward Mu Han. However, Mu Han merely let out a cold snort of disdain in response to this. He held the walking stick with his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, the walking stick in his hand immediately became like a long sword. It swung agilely in Mu Han's hand and swiftly formed a spiritual tornado. In the next moment, when the North King and Xiao Jin attacked, Mu Han controlled the walking stick in his hand. With a wave of the walking stick, 2 formless gales of energy shot out and ruthlessly collided with the 2 iron fists and dragon claws. These 2 seemingly ordinary gales of energy actually unleashed a spiritual strength the instant they exploded, forcefully blocking the North King and Xiao Jin for an instant. Although it was only for a short moment, it was more than enough for an expert like Mu Han. The walking stick in his hand swiftly pierced forward. The smooth walking stick appeared to have turned into a long spear at this moment. A sharp aura easily tore through empty space. With the support of the Do Qi, it ruthlessly struck the iron fists and dragon claws of the North King and Xiao Jin. In the next moment, one could see a golden light flashing. It was just like a glaring ray of light. Before the North King and Xiao Jin could do anything, the walking stick in Mu Han's hand once again gently pressed forward. Bang! The frightening Do Qi light pillar instantly sent the North King and Xiao Jin flying tens of thousands of feet into the sky. A fingernail-sized crack appeared on the hard body of the North King because of this attack. Even though it swiftly recovered, it was possible to tell just how much Mu Han's strength had grown during these 3 days. Compared to the North King, Xiao Jin's physical body appeared to be a little more miserable. Not only had a large portion of the golden dragon scales on its body been knocked off, but some blood had also flowed out of Xiao Jin's mouth. The bright red fresh blood scattered in the empty space. At the same time, it caused Xiao Yang's expression to swiftly become gloomy when he saw all of this. Jiyu Li and the others behind him involuntarily felt shocked in their hearts when they saw the great difference in Mu Han's strength compared to 3 days ago. It was very difficult for a unity stage soul to raise its strength. This was related to the agglomeration of the soul bead. However, once it was raised, the strength that it displayed would be extremely shocking. The current Mu Han was in such a situation. Mu Han was quite satisfied that he was able to force back the Northern King and Xiao Jin with a single blow. After all, he did not dare to be careless when facing these two fellows 3 days ago. Moreover, he was able to force them back with a single blow. Humph humph, Yang Xiao, is this what you're relying on? Mu Han stared at Xiao Yang with disdain. Currently, with his powerful soul strength, it was very difficult for the North King and Xiao Jin to pose a threat to him. As for the group of people behind Xiao Yang, he did not fear them in the slightest. They were merely a group of 8-star half-emperors. To him, they were just a bunch of mobs. Of course, Luo Jin was an exception. However, from the looks of it, Luo Jin did not seem to have any intention of attacking. At the very least, he did not intend to do so at this moment. Luo Jin looked at Xiao Yang, who was in the middle of the battlefield, and a mocking expression was revealed in his eyes. He could tell that although Xiao Yang's expression was grave, deep within his eyes, there was still an ancient well without ripples. Just like Mu Han, Xiao Yang also had absolute confidence in the outcome of the battle. Ha 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 ha. A long while later, Xiao Yang, who originally had a gloomy expression, slowly lifted his slightly lowered head. An indescribable sneer was emitted from his mouth. His pitch-black eyes stared at Mu Han, who was opposite him, as he sneered and said, "It's true that a scholar who has been away for 3 days is treated with a whole new level of respect." The expression on Mu Han's face gradually froze after Xiao Yang said these words. From Xiao Yang's words, which were supposed to be praise, he could hear a thick disdain and mockery. This caused fury to rise in Mu Han's heart. At the same time, it was accompanied by a deep and indescribable chill. Chapter 354. Ha 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 ha. A wild and arrogant laughter echoed across the square. Everyone present could hear the confidence and disdain in this laughter. Mu Han, you are right. This is my trump card. However, it is more than enough to deal with you. Xiao Yang's eyes stared at Mu Han as he parted his mouth and laughed coldly. Hey! Mu Han could not help but laugh out loud when he heard this. He stared coldly at Xiao Yang as he sneered. If these words were said 3 days ago, this old man would really be worried about this puppet and beast. However, they can't even get close to this old man today. On what basis do you think you can say that it is more than enough? Xiao Yang could not help but sneer when he heard this. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head and looked at the Northern King and Xiao Jin in the sky. Suddenly, he shouted, "Come back." The Northern King immediately leaped down after the cry sounded. After which, it was stored into Xiao Yang's storage ring. Xiao Jin's eyes were filled with unwillingness as it roared a couple of times at Mu Han. Only then did it fly down, shrink its body, and settle on Xiao Yang's shoulder. Mu Han immediately frowned when he saw that Xiao Yang had actually recalled the Northern King and Xiao Jin. This action of Xiao Yang caused him to sense the feeling of being looked down upon. A fury immediately surfaced on his ice-cold face. Turbulent spiritual strength agglomerated into an invisible tornado around Mu Han's body. His aura was like the edge of a sword as it shot to the sky. His aura was just like a rainbow. You overestimate yourself. Without that beast and the puppet, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from this old man. Mu Han snorted. With a twist of his wrist, the walking stick in his hand was violently inserted into the limestone floor. An invisible energy ripple spread and the entire square began to shake violently. Xiao Yang sneered when he heard this. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. He stared mockingly at Mu Han and sneered. "I didn't let them go because I don't need their help to deal with you. As for the support you mentioned..." "Ha," Xiao Yang sneered. When Mu Han heard Xiao Yang's words, he could not help but frown slightly. From the start, Xiao Yang seemed to have an extremely calm attitude. This caused Mu Han to be filled with suspicion. At the same time, his gaze was also constantly looking at Luo Jin. After all, the only person who could pose a threat to him was Luo Jin. But when he noticed Luo Jin's completely indifferent expression, his furrowed brows couldn't help but twist together. When Xiao Yang saw this, he sneered and mocked Mu Han. "Heh, don't worry. If I really want to deal with you, there's no need for him to take action." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yang clapped his hands 3 times in a row, and the crisp sound reverberated like thunder in the air above the square. At the same time, under everyone's suspicious gazes, Qing Feng's well-built figure slowly walked out from the few people behind Xiao Yang. With each step that he took, the entire open ground trembled slightly. Qing Feng covered a distance of 100 feet and arrived beside Xiao Yang in just a couple of steps. His face carried a mocking smile as he looked at Mu Han on the opposite side. A faint disdain was revealed within his green-colored eyes. "Ha, didn't you look down on my support? Then, let's try again." The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was slowly lifted into a disdainful cold smile. With Qing Feng's appearance, forget about Mu Han, who was only a 9-star half-emperor. Even if Xiao Yang was a true elite Do Di, he would still have difficulty contending with Qing Feng. When Qing Feng walked out, Mu Han's eyes were already firmly fixed on Qing Feng's body. His old eyes revealed a deep shock. When Mu Han looked at this well-built man, who was not much older than Xiao Yang, he was actually unable to see through the latter's strength. This point caused him to be incomparably shocked in his heart. To be able to perfectly conceal one's aura under the soul probing of his late-stage consolidation realm, if one wanted to do this, one's soul strength would either far surpass his and step into the perfected late-stage consolidation realm, or one's own cultivation had already stepped into a level that he did not dare to easily imagine. Do Di. When he thought of this, Mu Han's heart could not help but be shocked. A feeling of fear slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Large amounts of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Putting aside Qing Feng's age, as long as Qing Feng fulfilled one of the two conditions, Qing Feng's strength would be enough to take his life. In front of such strength, Mu Han would definitely not have any room to resist. Xiao Yang coldly smiled as he looked at Mu Han. He raised his right arm and pointed at Qing Feng beside him. He coldly said, "This is what I am relying on." After his voice sounded, Qing Feng by the side also cooperatively released his own Do Di pressure. Immediately, other than Xiao Yang's group, everyone present, regardless of whether it was Mu Han in the square or everyone else outside, instantly knelt on the ground. The large number of houses in the northern part of the city also collapsed under this pressure. At this moment, everyone's hearts revealed a deep fear. In the face of this pressure, all of them knelt on the ground without exception. Forget about standing up, it was even impossible for them to speak. In the middle of the square, Jiu Li and the others also wore shocked faces as they looked at this well-built man standing beside Xiao Yang. Their mouths were wide open and their hearts were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly young man actually possessed such a terrifying strength. He had already reached the Do Di level. Do Di, a truly strong person. Only by reaching this level would one have the qualification to be ranked among the strong on the continent. If one were to say that there was a dividing line between a Dozun and a Dosheng, then the difference between a Ban Di and a Do Di was even more so. Although a Ban Di was strong, they could only be considered strong when placed in the context of the entire continent. There had always been a saying on the continent, you may be able to become a Ban Di, but you may not necessarily be able to become a Do Di. Perhaps you have outstanding talent, but perhaps you will never be able to become a Do Di. One of the reasons for this was due to one's training talent. The other reason was the greatest difficulty one would face when breaking through to the Do Di level. Di tribulation. The Di tribulation had always been regarded as the key to testing a strong person. At the same time, it also differentiated the difference between a Ban Di and a Do Di in more detail. From a certain point of view, the Di tribulation was the so-called dividing line between a Ban Di and a Do Di. After passing the Di tribulation, one would undergo nirvana and become an elite Do Di who was revered by the people of the continent. One's future training prospects would be limitless. On the other hand, if one failed to pass the Di tribulation, forget about being revered by others, one might not even be able to keep one's life. This could truly be said to be a case of life and death being decided by fate. Riches and honor being decided by the heavens. Chapter 355. Huff, huff. Mu Han climbed up from the dust with great difficulty. His entire body was in a sorry state, but he did not have time to take care of himself. He hurriedly cast a terrified gaze at Xiao Yang. To be precise, he was looking at Qing Feng, who was beside Xiao Yang. Greetings, Di Zun Zun. Even though he was still panting heavily, Mu Han still forcefully endured it and cupped his hands towards Qing Feng. His expression was respectful as he bowed. When Qing Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a mocking smile. He glanced at Xiao Yang, who was beside him. The corners of his mouth curled as he laughed softly. He, why? I am only Yang Xiao's backing. Why are you so nervous about me? If you don't like me, just bring it on. HMPH. When he heard Qing Feng's mocking words, Mu Han's body could not help but tremble. Cold sweat immediately appeared all over his body, drenching a large portion of his clothes. However, he hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke in a respectful tone. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Di Zun Zun must be joking. How would this junior dare to be presumptuous in front of Di Zun Zun? What I said just now was just a slip of the tongue. If I have neglected anything, I hope that Di Zun Zun will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Regardless of Qing Feng's age, he was definitely worthy of being addressed as senior. Xiao Yang coldly laughed when the words from Mu Han's mouth were spat out. He ridiculed. Master Mu, why don't you try again? I guarantee that I will definitely not disappoint you. When Mu Han heard this, his expression was immediately startled. He turned to look at Qing Feng, only to see the latter rubbing his fists and palms together. It seemed that he was really prepared to attack him. When he saw this scene, Mu Han's heart was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He stared at Qing Feng in fear and could not help but shake his head. He hurriedly spoke randomly. No, there's no need. When he saw Mu Han revealing such a terrified expression in front of Qing Feng, Xiao Yang also smiled. He exchanged glances with Qing Feng, who was beside him, before turning his gaze towards Mu Han. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and grinned mockingly. Since that's the case, then this formation, no problem, no matter how many people there are. This junior will activate the array formation now. Mu Han's heart was filled with fear as he hurriedly opened his mouth when he heard Xiao Yang's words that contained a deeper meaning. At this moment, he no longer dared to have any thoughts of refuting Xiao Yang. What a joke! Even an elite Do Di was protecting him. What could a mere 9-star half Di like him do to him? If he continued to be stubborn, Xiao Yang would no longer be joking and chatting with him. After Mu Han spoke, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind and the frightening spiritual strength between his eyebrows crazily surged out like spring water. Under Mu Han's control, the spiritual strength gradually entered the ground below the entire arena. Xiao Yang involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He had seen formations before. However, most of them used a formation plate as the core. In order to activate a formation, one must first use a formation plate. However, this was the first time that Xiao Yang had seen a formation like the one Mu Han was currently using. Hence, a little curiosity involuntarily rose in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his eyebrows also surged out of his body. Imitating Mu Han, Xiao Yang inserted his spiritual strength into the ground below his feet. The moment his spiritual strength entered the ground, Xiao Yang's spiritual probing discovered a mysterious formation that was around 10 feet in size. It was emitting waves of strange energy ripples deep underground. Within the large formation, there were 6 cream-white crystal stones emitting a faint cream-white energy glow that merged into the large formation. With the addition of Mu Han's spiritual strength and Do Qi, the mysterious large formation was finally able to be activated. That's a spirit stone. It's commonly used to supply items when setting up high-level formations. It's also the most primitive form of spirit coins. However, due to its practical value, this kind of spirit stone is usually only used for formations like teleportation formations. It's rarely used for battle formations. Seemingly having sensed Xiao Yang's spiritual strength fluctuation, Qing Feng's tone was calm as he explained to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. His heart was immediately shocked. An elite Do Di was actually this frightening. He was even able to clearly sense his spiritual strength fluctuation at the unity stage. Qing Feng merely smiled in a non-committal manner with regards to this. He did not say anything else. In the outside world, circular strange energy ripples swiftly spread out with Mu Han at the center following the activation of the formation in his hand. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body followed his Qi paths and circulated. Finally, it followed his spiritual strength and poured into the ground below the arena. Following the continuous influx of this energy, a large mysterious formation gradually formed under their feet under Xiao Yang's gaze. Looking at its general appearance, it was exactly the same as the formation that Xiao Yang had probed earlier. At this moment, the formation that appeared under the feet of Xiao Yang's group was an enlarged version of that formation. When Mu Han lifted his gaze with a grave expression, the large formation under the feet of Xiao Yang's group had also been successfully formed. Bright golden light shot out. Xiao Yang's group stood within the formation. It seemed that once the formation was activated, the few of them would instantly leave the southern region. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth revealed a smile when he saw that the large formation had been successfully formed. He turned his head and shot his gaze toward Luo Jin. He chuckled and said, "Haha, as expected, it is better to use the most direct method when dealing with someone like Mu Han. Otherwise, it will only become more and more troublesome." Mu Han's old face involuntarily turned green when he heard the words from Xiao Yang's mouth that were not concealed at all. Luo Jin smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. He wanted to give Mu Han a chance. Unfortunately, Mu Han did not accept it. He could only blame Mu Han for reaping what he had sown. Cough cough, everyone, the formation has been activated. May I know if everyone is ready? The formation can be activated at any time. Mu Han's expression was ugly as he coughed twice. His tone was a little hoarse as he spoke. Even though the emotions in his heart were extremely furious, Mu Han could only forcefully suppress the fury in his heart due to Qing Feng being present. Xiao Yang coldly laughed when he heard this. Earlier, Mu Han was unwilling to activate the formation no matter what. At this moment, however, with Qing Feng present, Mu Han's heart was eager to immediately activate the formation and send away the plague god in front of him. Ha, a fellow who eats the soft but fears the hard. Xiao Yang secretly laughed coldly in his heart. He could not be bothered with Mu Han anymore. He slowly turned around and looked at Jiyu Li and the rest behind him with a warm gaze. When the few of them saw Xiao Yang looking at them, they immediately shifted their gazes away from Qing Feng and looked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's deep gaze slowly swept across the faces of the few people in front of him. He could not help but feel a little touched in his heart. His pitch-black eyes revealed a sincere expression of gratitude. "Everyone, thank you for your help during this period of time in Savage Ancient City." A long while later, Xiao Yang suddenly cupped his hands together and sincerely cupped them towards Jiyu Li and the rest. At the same time, he also bowed respectfully towards the few of them. When the few of them saw this scene, they could not help but be slightly startled. When the few of them regained their senses, Jiyu Li immediately laughed out loud and said, "Since when did you become so wishy-washy? It's not like you won't be coming back after leaving. If you really want to thank us, then don't forget to come back and visit us old fellows. That will be enough." Ha 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 ha. When he heard Jiyu Li's words, Xiao Yang smiled slightly. The corners of his mouth revealed a warm smile. After which, he no longer hesitated. He turned his gaze towards Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Then, let's prepare to leave now." Luo Jin nodded and smiled. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the empty air. His body moved and he entered the teleportation formation. Compared to Xiao Yang, Luo Jin's Union Pavilion was spread all over the continent. It could be said that he had a home and a place to stay wherever he went. Naturally, he would not hesitate as much as Xiao Yang. "Haha, all right. Let's go. If this continues, I'm really afraid that you'll change your mind and not go to the western region." Luo Jin's tone was mocking as he laughed softly. The two of them then looked towards Mu Han. Luo Jin sneered and said, "Haha, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Teacher Mu to activate the formation." After Luo Jin's words fell, Mu Han instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Qing Feng, who had already left the formation. His old face still had a fearful expression. However, compared to before, it was much better. After Xiao Yang and Mu Yang entered the formation, the others gradually withdrew from the formation. A thought passed through Mu Han's heart and a turbulent spiritual strength once again wildly surged out from between his brows. This time around, the maneuvering of his spiritual strength was much more swift and violent than before. Clearly, Mu Han was really unwilling to see Xiao Yang in front of him again. On the other hand, Xiao Yang stared indifferently at Mu Han. As the golden light rose from under his feet, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth slowly curled into a sinister smile. Xiao Yang would treat his friends with sincerity and warmth. However, when facing his enemies, especially those who hated him to the core and wanted to get rid of him, Xiao Yang would definitely not show any mercy. Mu Han had tried to kill him several times to snatch his treasures. Now, the two of them had already become mortal enemies. Xiao Yang naturally would not let him off so easily. As long as there was something that could cause him to suffer, Xiao Yang would not be courteous. Mu Han also noticed the cold smile hanging on the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth when Xiao Yang's and Luo Jin's figures disappeared from the light formation. Immediately, the expression on his face involuntarily solidified. His heart immediately sensed that something was wrong. His terrified gaze hurriedly swept towards Qing Feng. However, he saw that the latter had already left, leaving behind Jiu Li and the rest, who were staring at Xiao Yang and Luo Jin as they left the southern region. When he saw this scene, Mu Han involuntarily frowned. However, before he could think carefully, his expression suddenly changed drastically. An intense pain that was almost unbearable was swiftly emitted from the depths of his soul. Mu Han clenched his teeth tightly. The nerves in his body suddenly tensed up and his veins were exposed. A moment later, Mu Han suddenly lifted his head towards the sky. A wild and furious roar that was mixed with pain was emitted from his mouth. Ah, Yang Xiao. In this life, the two of us will definitely be irreconcilable. Author's note, end of Volume 1. Chapter 356. While Mu Han was roaring furiously at the sky, Xiao Yang, who had already disappeared from the teleportation formation, slowly lifted the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He slowly extended his hand from under his sleeves. A snow-white storage ring was quietly lying in his palm. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength immediately surged out and entered the storage ring in his palm. This storage ring was the storage ring that Mu Han had originally worn on his finger. However, when Mu Han was being suppressed by the Do Di's pressure, Qing Feng had secretly taken the storage ring from Mu Han's hand. Moreover, Qing Feng had used his Do Di's spiritual strength to quietly conceal the connection between the storage ring and Mu Han. Additionally, Mu Han had placed all his attention on Qing Feng at that time. Hence, he did not notice this small detail. Xiao Yang could do nothing to the storage ring after obtaining it. Mu Han's spiritual strength had stepped into the late consolidation stage. It was not something that he could easily compare with. Fortunately, Xiao Yang still had Jiu, this old demon, in his body. Under his frightening strength, even the spiritual strength of an late consolidation stage expert was nothing in front of him. With just one strike, he had easily removed the spiritual seal that Mu Han had left on the storage ring. This was also the reason why Mu Han had suddenly become furious. After removing the original spiritual seal on the storage ring, Xiao Yang was not in a hurry to inspect the items within. He only left his spiritual seal on the storage ring and wore it on his finger. It was not that Xiao Yang was not interested in the items within the storage ring. This was the storage ring of a 9-star ban emperor. Even an ordinary Do Di would not let go of such an item. Xiao Yang would naturally not remain indifferent. However, he had arrived at his destination, Western region. In the next moment, a golden light flashed. Xiao Yang and Luo Jin narrowed their eyes. The glaring golden light had already appeared in a square that could accommodate nearly 10,000 people. The golden light scattered. Xiao Yang's eyes slowly swept over the square. As he looked at the crowd in the square, a ripple involuntarily rose in Xiao Yang's eyes that were as calm as an old well. Amongst the people present here, almost half of them were actually at the quasi-emperor realm or above. Such a number was a few times more than the number of quasi-emperors in the ancient wilderness. Is this the Western region? The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile as he looked at the bustling city in front of him. A sigh of amazement gradually surged in his heart. He wondered just how much his strength had been raised to in the western region. At the same time that Xiao Yang arrived at the western region, there was a sky-reaching energy barrier that separated the two regions at the intersection of the central region and the southern region at this very moment. The barrier was so wide that one could not see its end at a glance. The golden barrier was just like a city wall that was indestructible. In front of this energy barrier, even someone as strong as a Do Di would be unable to shake it even a little. At this moment, within the middle region, a somewhat sloppy old man was slowly flying to the front of the barrier with a lazy face. The old man looked at the barrier in front of him, which was indestructible in the eyes of an ordinary person. A mocking smile slowly surfaced on the corner of his mouth. His hand, which was filled with the scars of time, was slowly extended from under his sleeves. The old man placed two of his fingers together. His fingertips slowly rubbed over the golden barrier in front of him. The old man involuntarily let out a cold laugh as he sensed the ancient strength that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. The region barrier. Cuckoo, it has really been many years since I last touched it. However, this thing can only be found near the borders of the continent. The old me has not been to the borders of the continent for many years. Cuckoo, the old man chuckled as he gazed at the barrier in front of him. There was a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Back then, I was merely a returnant's brat. After so many years, my strength has also reached such a level. However, this stupid barrier of yours is still so weak after over 10,000 years. Cuckoo, this can be considered as a case of things having remained the same, but people have changed. After a soft sigh, a thought passed through the old man's mind. The two fingers on the barrier were gradually covered in a layer of fiery red energy. This energy was Genesis Chi. As the Genesis Chi on the old man's finger grew denser and denser, a powerful aura spread from it. Under this aura, faint spatial ripples began to form in the surrounding space. Cuckoo, region barrier, break. With a soft chuckle, the expression on the elder's face abruptly turned stern. The instant the word break left his mouth, his fingers abruptly thrust forward. Genesis Chi erupted from his fingers as a terrifying energy undulation unfurled. Boom! With a loud bang, a hole several feet wide suddenly appeared in the golden energy barrier in front of the old man. The old man smiled faintly at the sight of this. With a slight movement, he passed through the barrier. Southern region. I wonder if that guy is here. The entire continent is filled with people. Where am I supposed to find such a person? Sigh. The old man could not help but sigh as he passed through the barrier. He no longer possessed the carefree appearance he had when he had just left the clan. This old man was the person the first elder of the Xiao clan had sent out to find Xiao Yang. Xiao Mingyuan. He had originally believed that it would not be difficult for him to find a person who had just broken through to the half-step emperor realm and had come to the Yuanwu continent. However, reality was not as simple as he had imagined. Ever since he had left the clan and traveled throughout the central region, he had been unable to find the person he was looking for. A month ago, he had once again received a call from the first elder of the clan. This had caused him to feel a little anxious in his heart, and he had immediately turned around and rushed towards the southern region. The southern region was the only place one had to pass through to enter the central region. This was the only place that had a teleportation array to the central region. He believed that if that brat wanted to enter the central region, he would first have to come here. This would greatly increase his chances of finding that person. Unfortunately, he had never imagined that Xiao Yang would coincidentally step on the path to the western region when he arrived at the southern region. Dochi continent. Although the Flame Emperor Xiao Yang had already left the Dochi continent, this did not change the original rule of the continent. The strong would survive. Training continued. However, the difference from the past was that with the Flame Emperor in front of them, everyone on the continent seemed to have become a little more obsessed with training. The direct result of this was that the average strength of the entire continent had become many times stronger than before. When Xiao Yang stepped into the western region, there was a certain remote mountain valley in the northwestern region of the Dochi continent. Everything appeared peaceful from the outside, But once one ventured deeper, the core of this mountain valley was covered in a grayish-black poison fog. The appearance of the poison fog caused the atmosphere of this small valley to change a little. Fortunately, due to the remote terrain, no one came here. Some small beasts only walked around the periphery of the valley. Hence, they were not infected by the poison fog. At this moment, there was a pretty human figure seated at the core of the poison fog at a certain spot deep underground in the deepest part of the poison fog. There was a coffin that had been infected by the poison fog until it had rotted in front of her. Wave after wave of dense poison fog continued to spread from it. After which, it was absorbed into the body of this pretty woman. After some refinement, it became a part of her strength. The strength of this woman had also become increasingly powerful as she continued to absorb and refine the poison. She had even broken through the peak of the 9th star of the Doshun class and was charging straight to the Ban Di class. However, this breakthrough seemed to have taken a long time. Even though the poison fog was being continuously absorbed into her body, the expected breakthrough did not appear. This woman had never been anxious. Being able to train to this level, she clearly understood that training was not easy. Hence, the closer she was to the final juncture, the more she could not be anxious. This woman was the one who had given her all for Xiao Yang back then. She was even willing to give up her life. Little Fairy Doctor. Chapter 357. Ah, so this is the Western region. It looks a little different from what Jiyu Li said. Xiao Yang looked at the bustling scene in the city and could not help but feel slightly surprised. Long before he came, Jiyu Li had told him that the Western region was the most barren place in the continent. It was a land of death where not even a blade of grass grew. The dry and hot climate was not something that ordinary people could endure. In this place, even a half-emperor expert had to be careful when walking around. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would also lose their lives. However, the scene in front of Xiao Yang at this moment was poles apart from what he thought the Western region was. This even made him suspect that he had really come to the Western region. Seeing the trace of suspicion on Xiao Yang's face, Luo Jin chuckled. As they hurried, he explained to Xiao Yang with a smile. You must also think that the Western region is an extremely barren place. Xiao Yang frowned slightly and looked at Luo Jin. His brows seemed to be saying, is it not so? At least, the Western region that he had heard from others was indeed a barren place. Luo Jin shook his head and chuckled. He raised his eyebrows and asked, that old fellow Jiyu Li told you? Xiao Yang nodded. Luo Jin nodded slightly and continued. He's right. Xiao Yang's expression froze slightly. Then, he stared at Luo Jin as if he wanted to eat him. Luo Jin hurriedly laughed and stopped fooling around. He smiled at Xiao Yang and said, Jiyu Li's words are indeed correct. However, he was only half right. Xiao Yang was stunned. Then, he was slightly surprised. Half? What did that mean? The Western region is indeed barren. However, at the same time, it is also bustling. Just like what you see now, it is different from what Jiyu Li said. This place is surrounded by green mountains and green water. However, this is indeed the Western region. The only difference is that this is the Shilin region. Shilin region? Xiao Yang frowned again. He had never heard of these things. Luo Jin was also aware of this point. Therefore, he opened his mouth again and explained to Xiao Yang. The Western region is divided into two regions. The first region is close to other prefectures, and it's also a relatively prosperous place. It's called the Shilin region. It's as prosperous as the southern region, and it's also the gathering place of most of the Western region's experts. As for the other region, it's the Western Wasteland region that Jiyu Li told you about. It's located in the extreme west of the Western Wasteland region, the inner region of the Western Wasteland region. It's also the most desolate region in the entire continent. At the same time, it's also where the ancient tomb of Tianju is located. Towards the end, Luo Jin's voice was so soft that only Xiao Yang could hear it clearly. However, after hearing the last few words, Xiao Yang's expression could not help but change slightly. The ancient tomb of Tianju was the tomb of an origin transformation expert. Even now, the people of the Western region were still unwilling to part with his tomb. Even the four great ancient sects had coveted it for several hundred years. From this, it could be seen just how great of an attraction the tomb of Tianju Shangren possessed. At this very moment, Xiao Yang could not help but think of the heaven annihilation steps he carried on his back. This item was one of the 3 keys to open the ancient tomb of Tianju. In the future, he would have to be extremely careful when he walked through the western region. Once the 4 great ancient sects discovered the heaven annihilation steps on him, it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yang. All of you move aside for this city lord, move aside. Today, this city lord is recruiting a group of personal guards. Those below the strength of a 3-star half-emperor, move aside. Suddenly, a rough and unreasonable shout rang out from the crowd at the front of the street. As this shout rang out, the crowd at the front of the street was quickly pushed aside. A group of fully armed and armored people strode out from the crowd. Seeing this, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin could not be bothered to cause trouble. With a move of their feet, they retreated towards the side of the crowd. "Mph, you 2 brats, stop right there." Hearing these words that clearly had a hidden meaning, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin could not help but frown slightly. They looked at each other, then turned around with gloomy faces. They looked towards the group of burly figures that were walking towards them on the street. When the middle-aged man leading the group saw Xiao Yang, his eyes immediately shined. He sneered in his heart and secretly crushed a palm-sized jade slip. Only then did he look towards Xiao Yang and Luo Jin with a bold smile on his face. When he walked closer, the middle-aged man first glanced at Xiao Yang. When he sensed the latter's aura of a 5-star half-emperor, his eyes immediately emitted a shocked radiance. According to what he knew, that person's strength should be at most a 3-star half-emperor. How did he become a 5-star half-emperor in merely 2 years? Although he was incomparably shocked in his heart, the corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly as he laughed heartily. "MN, not bad, not bad. To be able to increase your strength to a 5-star half-emperor at such a young age, such cultivation talent is truly a top-notch cultivation genius. Good. I want you." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Xiao Yang to do anything, the middle-aged man's gaze once again looked towards Luo Jin, who stood beside Xiao Yang. When he saw the latter, the middle-aged man's eyes immediately revealed an astonished expression. The strength of the young man standing beside Xiao Yang was actually even more terrifying than Xiao Yang's. He had actually reached the level of an 8-star half-emperor. An 8-star half-emperor. Even when compared to him, Luo Jin was only a single star weaker. Who would have thought that this young-looking youngster before him was actually also able to reach such a level? After knowing Luo Jin's strength, and then looking at Xiao Yang, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. The 2 people before him could truly be called heaven's favored children. Unfortunately, after regaining his senses, the middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yang and Luo Jin with a satisfied expression. He laughed heartily and said, "Good. A 5-star half-emperor and an 8-star half-emperor. Not bad, not bad. I'll choose you 2. Come back with me. From today onwards, you 2 will be my personal guards. In the future, you 2 will enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth." Ha 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 ha. Hearing the middle-aged man's resolute and decisive words, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin's brows furrowed even deeper. This middle-aged man before them was truly looking down on them too much. With a single sentence, he decided whether they would stay or leave. Did he really think that they were pushovers? "Your Excellency's actions, aren't they a bit too tyrannical?" Xiao Yang slightly raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man who was even taller than him. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction as he spoke coldly. "Oh, what's wrong? Tyrannical is your father's synonym. In this emerald green city, if your father wants someone to stay, that person will stay. If your father wants someone to stay, that person will die." At the same time the words were spat out, the large middle-aged man's fist was placed in front of Xiao Yang. His entire fist actually forcefully blocked the expression on Xiao Yang's face. At this moment, Xiao Yang's face was filled with a cold smile. After a long while, Xiao Yang slowly opened his mouth and sneered. "Oh, from the looks of it, you want to compete with your fists. Only the one with the bigger fist can have the right to speak in this emerald green city. With your strength of a 5-star half-emperor, you'd better be obedient. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Xiao Yang's figure suddenly retreated a few steps. At the same time, he waved his big sleeve. A black light flashed past and the Northern King's robust body instantly appeared before Xiao Yang. His fist ferociously met the middle-aged man's fist. Chapter 358. Bang! After the punch, the North King stood firmly on the spot and did not move at all. However, the middle-aged man could not stop himself from retreating several dozen steps before his body shook and he forcibly stabilized himself. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked over. In front of Xiao Yang, there was a well-built figure that looked like an iron tower. The figure was staring at him with an indifferent expression. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his expression immediately became serious. In the blink of an eye, the disdainful sneer from before had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep seriousness. A 9-star half-martial emperor puppet. Who exactly is this brat? The middle-aged man stared at the North King with a grave expression. Xiao Yang, who was behind the North King, caused the middle-aged man to be greatly shocked. How could he have imagined that a 5-star half-martial emperor brat would actually have such a trump card? Clearly, with the North King taking action, there was nothing he could do to Xiao Yang. Haha, it seems that my eyes have failed me. It seems that young master has no intention of joining me. Haha. Since that's the case, I won't force you. Young master, please go ahead. Knowing that he could not force Xiao Yang to stay, the middle-aged man no longer acted pretentious. Instead, he put on a seemingly good-natured smile in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he took a step forward and opened a path for Xiao Yang and Luo Jin. The middle-aged man's actions were naturally noticed by the surrounding crowd. Immediately, everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on the North King, who was standing in front of Xiao Yang. The North King had forced a 9-star half-martial emperor to retreat with a single strike. This could still be explained as the North King taking the initiative and launching a surprise attack. However, the middle-aged man's retreat towards Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye caused the crowd to feel suspicious. When some of the high-level half-martial emperors in the crowd investigated, their eyes gradually filled with shock as they looked at the North King. A puppet that was comparable to a 9-star half-martial emperor. With such a terrifying puppet, it was no wonder that the middle-aged man did not dare to meet force with force. Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the middle-aged man take the initiative to give way. He didn't expect the middle-aged man to be so decisive. However, this was also good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Xiao Yang did not stand on ceremony as the road in front of him opened up. He gave Luo Jin a look, and with a move of his feet, he strode towards the end of the street where the crowd had opened up a path. Behind him, Luo Jin followed closely, and the North King was the last. With Xiao Yang's speed, there was naturally no need for him to fear this middle-aged man. As for Luo Jin, when facing a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was truly difficult for him, an 8-star half-martial emperor, to resist. Of course, this did not mean that Luo Jin also possessed some sort of heaven-defying treasure to protect himself. With the North King guarding the rear, the middle-aged man was wary of him. As long as the North King was there, the middle-aged man would not dare to make a move. Under the various gazes of the surrounding crowd, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin gradually walked away under the protection of the North King, leaving behind the middle-aged man and his group, who were staring at the North King's back. When Xiao Yang's group disappeared into the crowd on the street, a skinny man whose entire body was wrapped in armor beside the large middle-aged man finally looked at the latter. He first swept his eyes in the direction that Xiao Yang's group had disappeared in before looking at the large middle-aged man. His expression was dark and stern as he opened his mouth and asked, "City Lord, should we chase after them? If we let them continue, they'll be out of the city." "Chase? Fine, you go chase after them. If you can stop them, I'll reward you greatly. If you can't, I'll take your dog life." Hearing this, not only did the middle-aged man not reveal a smile, he instead snorted angrily and looked at the latter with a gloomy expression. His gloomy gaze caused the middle-aged man's entire body to feel ice-cold. That brat has a puppet protecting him. Not to mention you, even I have to be wary of him. With your strength as a 7-star half-martial emperor, you're not even as strong as that brat's puppet. You want me to stop them? How am I supposed to stop them? After hearing this, the lean man immediately retracted his head and asked again with a cowardly expression, then, City Lord, are we just going to let them leave like this? Then what do you want? That brat is clearly not an ordinary person. With our strength, we can't touch him easily. Moreover, our mission is only to keep him in Emerald Green City. As long as we can buy enough time, someone will deal with that brat. Looking at the North King's disappearing figure, the middle-aged man said in a gloomy and cold voice. On the other side, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin did not leave the city like the middle-aged man had imagined. Instead, they slowly walked toward a pavilion in the center of the city. It was the Union Pavilion's branch. Before they came, Luo Jin had told Xiao Yang that there was a Union Pavilion's branch in the Emerald Green City of the Western region that they were about to reach. Their current destination was this branch. While the two of them were hurrying, Xiao Yang asked Luo Jin about the situation of the 4 great sects. Of course, as expected, when Luo Jin mentioned the overall strength of the 4 great sects, Xiao Yang's expression immediately became serious. The strength of the 4 great ancient sects of the Western region was indeed as Xiao Yang had predicted. They were all super sects that possessed genuine Do Di expert. Xiao Yang admitted that even until now, the only person he had truly seen who was an expert at the Do Di class was Qing Feng and the others from the spiritual Ginseng tribe. The 32 spiritual guards of the spiritual Ginseng tribe were all ultimate experts whose strengths were above the Do Di class. Although he had seen it before, the might of an elite Do Di was something that he had only seen a little of from the pressure of the Do Di from the Grey Mountain Range. Even so, it still caused Xiao Yang to be unable to deal with it. According to what Luo Jin had said, the leaders of the 4 great ancient sects had already advanced to the Do Di class a couple of 100 years ago. After so many years of training, their strength was truly at the top even when placed in the Western region. This sentence was enough to show how strong the 4 of them were. After all, this was not just a small number of people being used as a comparison. This was using the entire Western region as a foundation. Their strength was truly at the peak level. The strongest person among the 4 great ancient sects was the leader of the God-refining sect, Chen Zhen. His strength was an 8-star Do Di. Additionally, his sect was mainly made up of formation masters. With the two complementing each other, the strength of his sect could be considered the strongest existence among the 4 great ancient sects. Any formation that was set up by their leader was said to possess a frightening defensive strength that even a Do Di could not break. The second was the Battle Martial sect, which was known for its overbearing strength. Its leader was called Wu Jitian. His physical body was trained to the point that it could not break through anything. It was as hard as rock and indestructible. His strength was frightening and he was also an 8-star Do Di. His fighting strength was the most frightening existence among the 4 leaders. It was rumored that he had once used his physical body to forcefully kill a 1-star Do Di class Black Rock Beast without using Do Chi. The defensive strength of the Black Rock Beast could be considered one of the best in the entire magical beast world. Even so, it was still unable to escape death when faced with Wu Jitian. The third person was the leader of the Sky Sword Gate, Jian Ming. His strength was similar to Wu Jitian. One was known for his powerful physical body while the other was known for his powerful sword intent. Jian Ming's sword intent was so strong that with just a thought, tens of thousands of swords would appear within a 10,000-kilometer radius, causing one to have nowhere to hide. Those who fought with him would usually end up having their flesh and soul penetrated by the countless number of sword intents. Their deaths were extremely cruel. Jian Ming's attacking strength was also similar to Wu Jitian. However, the latter's physical body was so strong that Jian Ming was usually unable to do anything to him. As for whether he was afraid of Wu Jitian, no one knew. As for the 4th sect master of the 4 great ancient sects, his sect was called the Withered Leaf sect. The strength of the entire sect was also the weakest among the 4 great ancient sects. Even the sect master's strength was much weaker than the first 3. Until now, the leader of the Withered Leaf sect only possessed the strength of a 7-star Do Di. Of course, This was also a terrifying existence that Xiao Yang could not compare with. However, this sect was truly the weakest among the 4 great ancient sects. It was also because of this that the Withered Leaf sect often became the laughingstock of the other 3 sects. However, Xiao Yang also discovered from Luo Jin's words that Luo Jin had quite a good understanding of the top 3 sects among the 4 great ancient sects. As for this Withered Leaf sect, it seemed that even his explanation was pitifully little. While the 2 of them were walking and chatting, Xiao Yang raised his head and discovered that they had arrived at the Union Pavilion branch in Lungsui City. Chapter 359. Western Region, Union Pavilion's branch. The entire pavilion was basically the same whether it was the exterior or the interior. At this moment, Xiao Yang and Luo Jin were sitting on the 6th floor of the pavilion. In front of them stood an old man in a brocade robe with a resolute face. Haha, I think this must be my young friend Yang Xiao. 2 years ago, that old man Xian Yi from the southern region had already told me a lot about you. I have always been curious about you. Now that I have met you, my young friend, you are indeed a dragon among men. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the old man's praise for him, Xiao Yang shook his head with a smile. He stood up and cupped his fist respectfully to the old man. Senior, you flatter me. I am just relying on some tricks. If we are to compare my true cultivation strength, I am still far from it. Seeing Xiao Yang's respectful manner, the old man nodded in his heart. Being neither arrogant nor rash was the true psychological quality that a cultivator should have. When the old man heard Xiao Yang's words, he chuckled again and said, Haha, so what if you are relying on tricks? As long as you have the power to defeat the strong, no matter where you got it from, as long as you can control that power, you are a strong person. You must always believe in one sentence. On this continent, only one's fist is recognized. Those who judge people based on their cultivation strength are just small fries. Xiao Yang nodded slightly. He then cupped his fist and bowed to the old man and said, Senior, thank you for your teachings. The old man smiled again and changed the topic. My young friend, you don't have to call me senior. It sounds strange. My real name is Zhong Yi. I am the manager of the Union Pavilion's branch in Green Jade City. In the future, if my young friend Yang Xiao encounters any trouble, you can come to me. As long as it is something that I can do, I will not be stingy. In that case, I'll thank Elder Zhong first. Xiao Yang said respectfully to Elder Zhong again. Hihi, old Zhong, you must not underestimate him. Just earlier, he forced back a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, a couple of days ago, he even beat up a 9-star half-martial emperor. In other words, with the strength that he currently possesses, there is no one below the Do Di class who is a match for him. Oh! Luo Jin's sudden words also caused the expression on Zhong Yi's old face to change slightly. His gaze towards Xiao Yang was involuntarily filled with splendor. According to his knowledge, 2 years ago, Xiao Yang was able to fight evenly against an 8-star half-martial emperor. However, that was only under the premise that Xiao Yang used his high-level Do skill. Yet now, he was actually able to force back a 9-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Such a speed of growth could truly be said to be terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying Xiao Yang's strength would be in the future. Xiao Yang merely shrugged his shoulders in a non-committal manner in the face of this. He did not wish to explain too much about this. He was also too lazy to reveal too much of his true strength in front of others, regardless of who he was. Zhong Yi was secretly shocked in his heart. Only then did he slowly withdraw his gaze. After which, he looked at Luo Jin and frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Pavilion Master, this old man feels that there is a need to tell you something. Hearing this, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. When he saw Elder Zhong's solemn expression, he involuntarily nodded his head with a doubtful expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yang involuntarily looked at Elder Zhong with a doubtful expression. Elder Zhong did not pay any attention to Xiao Yang's gaze. Instead, he nodded his head and slowly opened his mouth to speak. 2 years ago, this old man sensed that 4 experts with extremely obscure auras had arrived at Green Jade City. Due to their secretive movements at that time, this old man was unable to find their exact location. However, After this old man conducted a secret investigation, this old man suspects that those 4 people should be the sect leaders of the 4 great sects. Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yang's expression instantly changed. On the other hand, Luo Jin's eyebrows were tightly knit together. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his eyes to look at Zhongyi and asked, "Elder Zhong, do you know the purpose of those 4 fellows' visit?" Zhongyi frowned slightly and shook his head to express his helplessness. He did not know the exact purpose of those 4 fellows' visit to Green Jade City. Even though he had secretly investigated them, it was difficult for him to find any useful information due to their extraordinary status. Luo Jin was also helpless in this regard. When he looked at Xiao Yang by the side, the expression on his face involuntarily became a little stunned. At this moment, Xiao Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. The expression on his face also appeared extremely solemn. While his emotions fluctuated, the turbulent Do Qi within his body also began to churn at this moment. This caused the space around him to involuntarily form circular spatial ripples. When Xiao Yang heard that the sect leaders of the 4 great sects had gathered in Green Jade City, he immediately thought of the southern region's Liu clan. After all, if their purpose of gathering in Green Jade City was the Liu clan, did it not mean that they had already taken over the Liu clan of Green Sun City during the time that he was not around? "Brother Yang Xiao, have you thought of something?" Seeing Xiao Yang's gloomy expression and the churning Do Qi within his body, Luo Jin finally could not help but ask. Xiao Yang inhaled a deep breath of air when he heard this. He recovered and slowly withdrew the churning Do Qi within his body. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and asked Zhongyi in a somewhat low and deep tone, "Elder Zhong, do you know if the 4 of them used the transportation formation? Or did they suddenly disappear from Green Jade City for a period of time and then suddenly appear again?" When Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, Zhongyi and Luo Jin could not help but be slightly stunned. The 2 of them looked at each other and raised their eyebrows slightly. Luo Jin looked at Xiao Yang with a mocking expression and asked, "Why? Brother Yang Xiao, do you think that they left the western region during that period of time and went to the ancient savage city?" Xiao Yang nodded with a solemn expression and said in a heavy tone, "This is not impossible. This is because the Liu clan, which they have been searching for, is located at the southwest border. In other words, it is near the ancient savage city." Hearing this, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yang's sky extinction steps had actually come from the Liu clan. However, looking at his current expression, there should be some kind of connection between Xiao Yang and the Liu clan. Otherwise, he would not be so concerned about the movements of the 4 great ancient sects. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, the solemn-faced Xiao Yang heard a loud laughter from Luo Jin's mouth. When he turned his gaze to the latter, he realized that the latter was also looking at him with a mocking expression. "Hehe, Brother Yang Xiao, have you forgotten that my Union Pavilion's headquarters is guarding the ancient savage city? How would those 4 fellows dare to easily appear in my territory?" Hearing these words, Xiao Yang's expression immediately became serious. Immediately, he recovered. Only then did he recall that the Union Pavilion and Old Luo were guarding the ancient savage city. The sect leaders of the 4 great ancient sects were originally wary of them. Naturally, they would not easily go to the ancient savage city. Moreover, even if they went, with the current relationship between Luo Jin and Xiao Yang, how could he not know? In this way, Xiao Yang's heart was finally able to relax a little. Ever since Xiao Yang had obtained the sky extinction steps, he had an invisible sense of responsibility towards the Liu clan, which he was originally not very familiar with. After all, if the Liu clan had only taken out the sky extinction steps to bribe Xiao Yang, then Xiao Yang would naturally not care too much about the Liu clan. However, after learning the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yang had played a crucial role in all of Xiao Yang's battles. It had even saved his life a few times, saving him from life and death situations. To Xiao Yang, this could be considered a life-saving grace. A life-saving grace should be repaid with gusto. This was Xiao Yang's character. After learning the sky extinction steps, Xiao Yang would definitely not allow anything to happen to the Liu clan. This point was just like the Primer clan back then. Chapter 360. The next day. When Xiao Yang left the Union Pavilion and walked towards the city gate of Green Jade City, an inconspicuous figure quietly followed behind him. Of course, all of this could not be hidden under Xiao Yang's powerful spiritual strength of the perfect unity stage. However, Xiao Yang did not drag this person out. He also wanted to see who exactly was this person who would not let him go. In a short moment, Xiao Yang had already arrived at the city gate. Unexpectedly, the city gate was tightly shut even though it was already noon. Two half-emperors stood on the city gate and a frightening half-emperor pressure swept out, suppressing the people below who intended to cause trouble. Damn it! What time is it now? Why aren't you opening the city gate? That's right, why aren't you opening the city gate? Why aren't you opening the city gate? Ask the city lord to come out. We want to reason with him. Why aren't you letting us leave Green Jade City? There are hundreds of people here. Even if he is a half-emperor, he can't stop us from leaving the city for no reason. That's right. Humph. You really speak a lot of nonsense. You want to reason? Then use your strength to speak. Without strength, you can forget about leaving the city today. A cold snort sounded. The body of a half-emperor wearing a brocade robe on the city gate suddenly shook. Soon after, a frightening aura that belonged to an 8-star half-emperor instantly swept out in front of the city gate. The instant this aura swept out, the crowd below immediately appeared to have been pushed down by a wave. They uniformly took over a dozen steps back. After which, their faces were flushed red as they knelt on the ground with a putong sound. In front of a half-emperor, the strength of a Do Zun and a Do Sheng was insufficient. Regardless of how many of them there were, they were just like ants in the eyes of a half-emperor. Regardless of how many of them there were, they were merely a matter of a single slap. Is this the strength of a half-emperor? At this moment, the hearts of the people below, who were suppressed by this aura, finally had a more accurate understanding of how frightening a half-emperor was. In front of a half-emperor, their so-called strength was just like air. Keikakik, you're just a bunch of ants. You want to see the city lord? Do you think you're worthy? With a burst of strange laughter, the half-martial emperor on top of the city gate crossed his arms before his chest. With an expression of disdain, he looked down at the people kneeling on the ground. To him, the people before him were merely ants. Today, even a half-martial monarch realm expert won't be able to leave Emerald City, let alone trash like you. Zhu Shan, you're quite awe-inspiring. You're not the only 8-star half-martial emperor in this Green Jade City. You're not the one who has the final say here. Another cold snort was emitted from the sky just as the half-martial emperor expert in embroidered robes cried out coldly. The meaning behind those words was directed at the half-martial emperor in embroidered robes who had spoken earlier. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Sword Emperor. With your cultivation, you're indeed not inferior to me. Unfortunately, we have two 8-star half-martial emperors here. After a sneer sounded, the half-martial emperor and the other half-martial emperor beside him suddenly trembled. In an instant, a frightening half-martial emperor's aura swept out in all directions. This caused the people in the city below, who already had grave expressions, to involuntarily vomit blood and retreat. They were indeed unable to endure the aura of half-martial emperors. Most importantly, the owners of this aura were two 8-star half-martial emperors. When the two 8-star half-martial emperors above the city gate released their auras at the same time, the yellow-robed old man's expression involuntarily changed. The expression on his old face immediately became serious. Compared to the miserable state of the surrounding people, Xiao Yang, who was at the back of the crowd, had a calm expression. However, his frightening soul power had already spread out to a radius of 10,000 feet. During this period of time, Xiao Yang had already sensed that there was an extremely strong qi that was swiftly rushing in his direction. The owner of that qi was the large middle-aged man whom he had met on the street yesterday. The latter's target was actually Xiao Yang's location. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. He immediately thought of the person who had been secretly following him earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, that person was leading the way for the latter. When Xiao Yang once again went to search for that fellow, he discovered that the fellow had actually escaped from the range of his probing while he was not paying attention for a moment. Clearly, That person was not someone that an ordinary person could compare with. However, what made Xiao Yang curious was why that middle-aged large man was still staring at him. When Xiao Yang had first seen that middle-aged large man yesterday, he had seen something unusual from his gaze. However, as for exactly what was unusual, Xiao Yang had no idea. However, judging from the speed of this middle-aged large man's movements, the result he wanted to know should not be too far away. At the same time, the yellow-robed old man in the sky was also unable to endure the aura of two 8-star half-martial emperors. In merely a short moment, his complexion had already turned slightly pale. Humph! With a cold snort, the body of the 8-star half-martial emperor by the name of Zhu Shan, who was standing above the city gate, suddenly trembled. Following the explosion of his aura, the yellow-robed old man's complexion turned pale as he rapidly retreated. Facing two 8-star half-martial emperors at the same time was indeed too far-fetched. Humph, let's attack together. Today, we'll make an example out of him and let these guys know exactly who they should listen to in this emerald green city. Following the cold snort, the figures of Zhu Shan and the 8-star half-martial emperor beside him immediately flashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared before the yellow-robed old man. With a wave of their sleeves, their palms ruthlessly smashed toward the yellow-robed old man's chest. Boom! In the next instant, before the yellow-robed old man's astonished gaze, a black-robed figure stood before him in a daze. The black-robed figure sent forth a palm strike and forcibly blocked the incoming attack of one of the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhu Shan. Beside the black-robed figure, a well-built figure that resembled an iron tower also easily received the ferocious attack of the other 8-star half-martial emperor. With a jolt of his enormous power, he sent that 8-star half-martial emperor flying. Yellow spring palm, break! Xiao Yang shouted. His right arm abruptly shook, and a frightening enormous power was emitted. As Do Qi surged, the two palms separated. Xiao Yang took 2 steps back. As for Zhu Shan, he was completely afraid of the Northern King beside Xiao Yang. Thus, he hurriedly returned to the city gate. Amen. Brat, I didn't expect it to be you again. The instant Zhu Shan raised his eyes, he saw Xiao Yang's familiar face from yesterday. Immediately, he could not help but frown and shout sternly. Ah, it's just a coincidence. I just so happened to be leaving the city. Seeing that you all wanted to use strength to speak, I took this opportunity to test whether or not I was qualified to leave the city. Hearing Zhu Shan's words, Xiao Yang laughed softly. He had an indifferent expression on his face. However, right after Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, before Zhu Shan could say anything, a loud laughter was heard from the distant horizon. Ha 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 ha, why are you leaving so soon? Yesterday, as the host, I have yet to apologize to my friend. I still feel somewhat apologetic in my heart. If you are to leave just like this, won't I die of shame? Chapter 361. Oh, you and I don't know each other. What's there to be ashamed of? You go your way, and I go mine. We have nothing to do with each other. Could it be that Your Excellency still wants me to stay and be your personal guard? Hearing those pompous words, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up and he revealed a cold smile. He stared at the middle-aged man who had appeared on top of the city gate and ridiculed. Ha 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 ha, you're exaggerating. With your background, how could I dare to let you be my personal guard? It's just that no discord, no concord. After yesterday's exchange of blows, I have become very respectful of friends. I hope that we can become true friends. After all, the more friends you have, the more paths you can take. Ha ha, seeing Xiao Yang's indifferent appearance, the middle-aged man was not that anxious. He looked at Xiao Yang with a smile on his face. His small eyes were flickering with light. Ah, friend. What a good friend. Could it be that all your friends came by following you? Xiao Yang involuntarily let out a mocking laugh when he heard this. The expression of the large middle-aged man suddenly became ugly when he heard Xiao Yang's words. This. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words after Xiao Yang's words hit the nail on the head. He did not expect that Xiao Yang had already sensed that someone was following him. However, why did he not find that person? Could it be that he was doing it so that he could mock him at this moment? Ah, what's wrong? You can't answer me? Since that's the case, I won't ask any more. Seeing that the middle-aged man was at a loss for words, Xiao Yang could not help but laugh coldly. When the crowd below and the group of half-martial emperors in the sky looked at the two of them, their gazes were filled with suspicion. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the large middle-aged man did not even have the time to catch his breath when Xiao Yang's body moved quickly. He instantly rushed into the empty air and stood in front of the large middle-aged man. His dark black eyes stared intently at the other party as he softly laughed. If there's nothing else, I won't be accompanying you. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yang's figure moved. He wanted to go around the middle-aged man and fly out of the city. Wait. Just as Xiao Yang's body moved, the large middle-aged man took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yang's path. With a solemn expression, he said, I think it's better for your excellency to wait a little longer. Today's weather seems to be excellent, but in my opinion, I'm afraid there will be a storm. Why don't your excellency stay at my place for the night and leave tomorrow? I think Wei Iran, the weather is excellent. It's a good day to cultivate and travel. Moreover, even if there's a storm, with our cultivation, would we care? As soon as Xiao Yang's voice fell, a hurricane appeared in the sky where the two of them were. The hurricane invisibly formed a huge tornado that surrounded Xiao Yang and the middle-aged man. The terrifying storm continued to wreak havoc in the sky above the city gate. The appearance of this scene caused an uproar among the people in the city below. To the majority of the people who had never seen Xiao Yang, facing a 9-star half-martial emperor head-on with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor was no different from courting death for Xiao Yang. However, after a small portion of the half-martial emperors recognized Xiao Yang, they couldn't help but exclaim. Wasn't the black-robed young man before them the same young man who had forced the middle-aged man to retreat the day before? Just as the crowd was shocked by Xiao Yang's battle results the day before, a portion of the half-martial emperors who had come to the western region from the ancient city of Wildlands recognized that the black-robed young man before them was the famous Yang Xiao from the ancient city of Wildlands in the southern region. In an instant, the various shocking battle results of Xiao Yang in the ancient city of Wildlands were dug out. Some of the things that were already known by everyone in the ancient city of Wildlands had once again become shocking news. In a short moment, the name Yang Xiao was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people in Emerald Green City. Chemph. Alright, I'm too lazy to speak any more nonsense with you. Tell me, who are you and why have you come looking for trouble with me? Before this, I don't think we've met before. After being silent for a while, Xiao Yang finally snorted impatiently. For some unknown reason, the more he wasted time like this, the more Xiao Yang felt a dangerous aura. The middle-aged man in front of him kept giving him an uneasy feeling. Logically speaking, the current Xiao Yang possessed the Northern King and Xiao Jin by his side. He was no longer afraid of anyone below the Do Di class. However, this large middle-aged man in front of him was an exception. This caused Xiao Yang's heart to involuntarily feel shocked. Chemph, I didn't expect you to be so famous in the southern region. Unfortunately, I'm a 9-star half-martial emperor. Compared to the 8-star half-martial emperors they speak of, I'm more than a little stronger. The middle-aged man had a cautious expression as he stared at Xiao Yang. Even though his strength far surpassed Xiao Yang's, he clearly knew that in Xiao Yang's hands, there was a frightening puppet whose strength was comparable to his own. This was something that he couldn't lower his guard about. Haha, if I say that these are battle results from 2 years ago, what do you think now? What? The heart of the middle-aged large man appeared as though it had been struck by lightning after Xiao Yang's soft laughter sounded. The Xiao Yang in front of him had actually fought with an 8-star half-DI 2 years ago and ended up in an undefeated position. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening his strength was now that 2 years had passed. Moreover, according to what he knew, Xiao Yang was only a 3-star half-martial emperor 2 years ago. Moreover, looking at him now, Xiao Yang's strength had increased by 2 stars in 2 years. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be the first in history among the half-martial emperors. At the very least, in his impression, other than Xiao Yang, he had never seen a second person with such a fast cultivation speed. Now, can you answer my question? Who exactly are you? Why are you blocking my way here? Hearing Xiao Ying's cold shout, the middle-aged man came back to his senses. At this moment, his fierce-looking face revealed a cold smile. "Haha, you want to know who made me wait for you here? Let's see if you have enough ability." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's right arm trembled. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black light flashed. In the next moment, a pitch-black axe appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Northern King. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang no longer acted courteously. With a shout, the Northern King's well-built body immediately turned into a black light and met the middle-aged man head-on. "Haha, Zhu Shan, Hu Shuai, I'll leave this brat to the two of you. You must quickly take him down. As long as you can take him down, I'll guarantee that the two of you will become 9-star half-martial emperors." As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already started fighting with the Northern King of Yubei. The sounds of intense collisions rose and fell in succession. Sparks flew everywhere. A battle between 9-star half-martial emperors was being played out in this world. When Xiao Yang turned his gaze to the other side, sure enough, Zhu Shan and Hu Shuai also turned their gazes towards him. At this moment, the terrifying auras of the two 8-star half-martial emperors completely erupted. The two of them moved simultaneously and charged towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang ignored this. Instead, he once again looked at the middle-aged large man, who was currently engaged in an intense battle with the Northern King. His face revealed a ridiculing expression. "Are they bullying me with numbers again? Little gold." Chapter 362. Bang! Following a loud explosion, the two figures in the sky retreated 300 meters away from each other. Only at this moment was the crowd able to clearly see the situation in the battle. On Xiao Yang's side, Xiao Yang was facing two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhu Shan and Hu Shuai, by himself. This caused Xiao Yang to appear to be in a somewhat sorry state. However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, this was the Western region. Xiao Yang was currently under the nose of the four great sects. In order to not expose his heavenly extinction steps, he could only use the 3000 lightning haste for the time being. Fortunately, the 3000 lightning haste was an extremely high-quality movement do skill below the heaven rank. Although Xiao Yang appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state, his overall strength was not affected. As for the middle-aged man on the other side, his current situation was much more miserable than Xiao Yang's. Unlike an 8-star half-martial emperor, he was a 9-star half-martial emperor. Although he possessed tyrannical strength, he was simply no match for the Northern King and Xiao Jin. The Northern King's body of steel was indestructible. Xiao Jin's body was covered with lightning and could not be touched. Fighting against the two of them, the middle-aged man could be said to have suffered greatly. At this moment, seeing that the two sides had retreated and had time to catch their breath, the middle-aged man immediately turned his gaze toward Zhu Shan and Hu Shuai. When he saw that Xiao Yang was actually unscathed by their attacks, he immediately shouted angrily, "Bastards! Exactly what are the two of you doing? It's been so long, yet you're actually unable to even take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor." Zhu Shan and Hu Shuai felt rather helpless toward this. They had originally thought that with their strength as 8-star half-martial emperors, they would only be able to take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor in 2 or 3 moves. However, who would have thought that Xiao Yang's speed would actually be this frightening? When he used his full strength, his speed was about the same as their expectations. Although they had been taking the initiative and Xiao Yang could only passively take a beating, they were still unable to capture Xiao Yang in a short period of time. Although their attacks appeared ferocious, Xiao Yang's actual injuries were merely some superficial wounds. Compared to the middle-aged man's situation, he was simply unscathed. If the two of you are still unable to take care of him, then you'll have to think of a way to increase your cultivation. With a furious cry, the middle-aged man turned his head. Both of his arms suddenly shook as the do qi within his body wildly poured out, transforming into a do qi light pillar that shot to the sky. His aura was like a rainbow as his body moved and once again charged toward the Northern King and Xiao Jin. The hearts of the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhu Shan and Yi Shuai, immediately became anxious after being urged by the large middle-aged man. They turned around and cried out sternly to Xiao Yang. "Oh, you want me to attack so badly?" The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled into a playful smile as he sneered. "Humph. You're merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. Why would the two of us be afraid of you? As long as you don't dodge, I guarantee that we'll take you down in one move. Cut the crap. If you want to capture me, then come at me. Let's see what you can do to me even if I don't dodge. After he shouted, Xiao Yang's body shook violently. He waved his arms and heavenly flames gushed out from his palms. They turned into two colorful fire dragons and charged toward Zhu Shan and Xiao Shui respectively. Humph. It's just a small trick. How dare you play with me, an 8-star half-martial emperor? You're simply courting death. Seeing this, Zhu Shan sneered. He took a big step forward and Do Qi surged out from his body. His 5 fingers formed a fist and Do Qi quickly condensed in his palm. The Do Qi condensed into an ice-blue shark on the surface of his skin. He threw a punch at one of the fire dragons. You're really full of crap. You're not satisfied? Then try this. Bang! Bang! Following Xiao Yang's gloomy voice, the 2 fire dragons were killed by the 2 8-star half-martial emperors. Although the 2 had destroyed the fire dragons with a single attack, their auras did not decrease in the slightest. With a wave of their hands, they broke through the waves of flames and charged toward Xiao Yang. Angry Buddha Samsara. At the instant when the 2 of them charged out of the waves of flames, what entered their eyes were 2 Xiao Yang. This scene caused the expressions on their faces to involuntarily freeze. However, by the time they came back to their senses, high up in the sky, Xiao Yang and his incarnation had both condensed the angry Buddha Samsara in their hands. 2 flaming discs were rapidly spinning in the hands of the 2 Xiao Yang. With a thought from the 2 of them, the pitch-black specks of light in the middle of the flaming discs suddenly shook. In the next instant, 2 pitch-black light pillars nearly 100 feet in length shot out from the hands of the 2 Xiao Yang. They directly shot toward the 2 8-star half-martial emperors below. Not good. Following a cry of alarm, even though Xiao Yang wanted to dodge, it was already too late. At the instant the 2 angry Buddha Samsara were shot out, Xiao Yang had already used the Void Great Tao to instantly pass through the void and arrived before the 2 8-star half-martial emperors. At the same time as Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, a frightening explosion landed on the chests of the 2 men. Boom! Following the 2 explosions, everyone in the Green Jade City could only see 2 pitch-black pillars of light descending from the sky. They were like meteorites as they ruthlessly smashed into the Green Jade City. They emitted a thunderous sound that shook the heavens and caused a cloud of dust to fill the sky. With this attack, more than half of the Emerald Green City started to tremble. At this moment, everyone in the Emerald Green City turned their gazes toward the eastern gate of the Emerald Green City. That place was where Xiao Yang and the others were located. At this moment, everyone in the Emerald Green City was looking at Xiao Yang in the eastern part of the city with astonishment. Many people had already rushed over and gathered there. In a short period of time, Xiao Yang's achievements had spread through more than half of the Emerald Green City. While the crowd was discussing Xiao Yang, the latter's eyes were narrowed as he stared at the dense cloud of dust below. The expression on his face did not appear arrogant because he had won with a single attack. Although the 2 Buddha's Fury Samsara attacks from earlier were powerful, the power they contained was only half of Xiao Yang's power when he used them alone. Xiao Yang did not believe that he would be able to defeat 2 8-star half-martial emperors with merely this attack. However, Xiao Yang was gratified by the fact that his control over the Void Grand Tao had become more and more proficient as he fought. Of course, even though that attack from earlier could barely be considered acceptable in Xiao Yang's heart, in the eyes of the crowd below, it could be said to be world-shaking. After all, if the rumors of Xiao Yang being able to defeat 8-star half-martial emperors without being defeated by them were not enough to convince them, then Xiao Yang, with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, had sent 2 8-star half-martial emperors flying with a single attack. This had truly appeared before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. However, just as everyone's hearts were feeling shocked by Xiao Yang's strength, 2 earth-shaking furious cries were suddenly emitted from the city below. Humph! Brat! With only this little bit of ability, you actually dare to show it off. You truly don't know the meaning of death. Scram down here and receive your death.